Welcome to SDSN. SDSN stands for Sustainable Development Solutions Network. The SDSN was set up in 2012 under the auspices of the UN Secretary-General to mobilize global scientific expertise to promote practical solutions for sustainable development, including the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Our mission is to promote integrated approaches to implement the SDGs and the Paris Agreement on climate change through education, research policy analysis, and global cooperation. The SDG Academy is SDSN's online education platform that creates and curates free educational resources on sustainable development. The courses cover the headline issues and a multitude of interdisciplinary topics related to the 17 SDGs. The Secretariat and SDSN's 1,300-plus member institutions support planning, policy development, and implementation of these international commitments through a number of projects. Our Sustainable Development Reports house our SDG index and dashboards, data analysis tools that use publicly available data to track progress on the SDGs at the national, regional, and local levels. The annual World Happiness Report surveys the state of global happiness and ranks countries by their happiness levels. The Food, Agriculture, Biodiversity, Land Use, and Energy Pathways Consortium, or FABLE for short, is composed of 22 regional and country teams developing coordinated national long-term pathways towards sustainable land use and food systems. SDSN also houses several thematic networks, groups of experts mobilized around a specific topic within sustainable development, such as data, climate and energy, sustainable cities, and sustainable agriculture and food systems. SDSN has over 1,300 members across 38 national and regional networks. In their respective countries and regions, SDSN's networks of universities, research centers, and other knowledge institutions translate the latest expertise in sustainable development into action. Our youth network boasts 20 regional networks in more than 85 countries, developing, promoting, and launching solution-based initiatives around Agenda 2030. Membership at SDSN is free and open to non-for-profit knowledge-generating institutions. Visit our website to apply to our global network today. SDSN is grateful to our sponsors and donors, without whom none of this work would be possible. Keep up with SDSN by following us on LinkedIn and Twitter, liking us on Facebook, or subscribe to our newsletter.
Universities inevitably should be helping to lead and solve critical problems. That is the purpose of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network from the start. We're in our 9th year now.
University historical mission around 3 words: to be international, to be innovative, to be interdisciplinary. And fulfilling the Paris Agreement and 2030 Agenda requires actually all these dimensions.
As knowledge centers, universities play a key role in conducting relevant, homegrown research that can inform decisions by policymakers in advancing sustainable development agenda.
One real challenge, in addition to the issues of climate change that have been underscored, is creating the platform whereby people can speak with one voice. And there is that interdisciplinary scholarship needed to speak with confidence, with evidence, and with the basis that you can influence policy change at global level, irrespective of politics.
Are there academic projects in line with the challenges of current and future society? Are they agents of change in their territories? Do they have training projects that do not exclude, but that include?
But finally, what COVID has taught us is that we need a societal transformation which enables young people to take charge of what we're doing just now and actually in effect change the world. And that is the most difficult bit, and that I think is the most central question that universities have to deal with.
So then moving forward, the first thing that we need to do in the design of universities going forward is accept our failings, face them square in the face and take them on. Second, we need to create new designs, new kinds of universities, new kinds of structures, small incremental changes of a few things changing every decade or two, or every 5 decades.
United Nations, this network, or indeed the developed countries can create funds which create consortiums across the borders, so that the researchers from the developed countries and countries like us who are very much affected by the climate change get together and work together.
These are the kinds of areas where we need you and your universities to bring together the mathematicians and the physicists and the environmentalists to come together, because actually development today is really a partnership, it's cross-sectoral, it's multidisciplinary.
COVID-19 exposed this digital divide in a pretty big way, pretty much everywhere. And it really ended up accelerating e-learning adoption as it did in pretty much all over the world. And we talked a lot about blended learning as a solution for the future.
Found that education systems today are struggling to equip learners with the skills, knowledge and values needed to thrive in our rapidly changing world. The summit is calling on leaders from government and stakeholders to renew their commitment to education as a preeminent public good. This is also calling for rebirthing of education.
This call, we will submit in our common name and for a common pool and shared resources, funding to enable better online access, better access to online journals, better access to particular shared tools that are needed, organizing events, organizing common research programs. We're going to need everybody joining in that funding initiative, but I'm pretty optimistic that we're going to make headway on that.
Implementing the sustainability agenda is no longer an option, but an urgent and moral imperative. It is my hope that the solution we come out can inspire many others around the world in tackling issues related to the sustainability agenda. Sunway Group, as well as our Jeffrey Sachs Foundation, committed ourselves to the concept of sustainable development right from their founding. Both entities have fully embrace the 17 SDGs, which chart a holistic path to build a sustainable future for an ailing planet and its people.
We will, simply put, achieve sustainable development worldwide if today's young generation understands and is empowered through knowledge the tasks and the abilities to pursue this agenda.
The big challenge that we face in Southeast Asia is the mix of global warming and the Cold War. And the solution to be able to undertake the correct climate action policies is to have cooperation on the regional level.
The Jeffrey Sachs Foundation gifted a total of $20 million to the UN SDSN, headed by Professor Jeffrey Sachs. A major portion of these funds was used to establish the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development at Sunway University.
Core inspiration of Sunway University and all of the Sunway education initiatives, but is at the essence of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network itself. And that is that education is the most essential investment of any society in its future.
That is our contribution to set up the Asia headquarters for Asia, and we want to do as much as possible in this region to bring sustainable development solution network in this area.
What makes people happy? And how do we measure happiness? A global group of leading researchers have been working on ways to measure and explain
Right, good morning, everyone. Sorry for the slight delay in the starting time. I'm Dr. Chen Jit-en, head of the JSC, Jeffrey Sachs Center. And with me today, we have a distinguished group of experts on the question of the value of soil fertility to the general state of biodiversity in ASEAN, as well as the world in general. Before I begin, just a few reminders about the way that we're going to carry out the panel's discussion or the workshop. The first thing is that I will be introducing each of the speakers, and each of them will have about 12 minutes to go through their presentation, after which we will have a Q&A session after every one of the speakers are done. So firstly, without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Luli Meling from the Sarawak Tropical Peat Research Institute of Malaysia. The title of her talk will be The Dilemma of Tropical Peatlands in Southeast Asia, something she has worked on for many years. I'd like to invite her on the stage now to go through her presentation with us. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Meling. This is the controller.
So I just press. Morning, everybody. Yes. So I'd like to say thank you to the organizer for this invitation. Yeah, but I was wondering whether it was smart of me to put the title "The Dilemma." But actually, the peat is really a dilemma at times. It's a gold mine, but it's also a time bomb. So today I will speak about the pressing issue of tropical peatland in Southeast Asia. And their complex dilemma. Then I would also like to finish with some brief words about how I think we in ASEAN should move forward on our tropical peatland. Now, tropical peatland in Southeast Asia are unique ecosystems paramount to biodiversity conservation, carbon sequestration, and the provision of essential ecosystem services. However, they are confronted with formidable challenges, including land conversion, unsustainable agricultural practices, and the impacts of climate change. So at the same time, it has always been a Cinderella, the tropical thing, the same thing as the researcher has always been looked or treated like a Cinderella too. So as a soil scientist, I emphasize the agency of understanding and addressing this dilemma to ensure sustainable land management and the preservation of these invaluable ecosystems. As you may be aware, tropical peatlands are integral to Southeast Asia's diverse range of ecosystems. While they are globally distributed, their most significant extent is in the northern hemisphere, particularly Russia and Canada. Now, these ecosystems offer a wide range of services, including water supply and water quality regulation, climate regulation, and support for diversity. So it is very important to realize that a lot of times we have been compared based on the understanding of temperate peatland, but there are a lot of things that we ourselves should do our own backyard study to make sure that we don't let people tell you what you should do with your backyard. So additionally, the tropical peatland contribute to provisioning services such as food, fuel production. However, it is within these services that the dilemma arises. So it is a very sexy subject whereby it is very interesting and it can be very exciting, but it also can be a real challenge. So the global significance of peatland lies in the exceptional carbon storage capacity. They are among the most effective terrestrial ecosystems for carbon sequestration. So as you can see here, you can see above ground and below ground, they are all carbon. But the thing is that we need to understand what is the extent of this carbon. So over thousands of years, these waterlogged organic rich accumulate and vast amount of carbon. So studies have estimated that tropical peatlands stored between 69 to 175 metric tons of carbon per hectare, representing it as one of the highest carbon pool. So it is important to note that these values can vary depending on site specific or the site characteristics, okay? So disturbed degraded peatland resulting from land use change and drainage have lower carbon storage capacity, leading to carbon loss. In their natural state, peatlands have a net cooling effect on the climate. Furthermore, the destruction of intact peatland ecosystems results in the loss of critical habitats for the diverse flora and fauna, including endangered species. It is worth mentioning that tropical peatland forests have not received as much research attention as some lowland dryland forests, and we are still discovering new species within them. This diversity extends to the net habitat diversity with various forest types found on peatland across the tropics, from South America and Central America to the Congo Basin and Southeast Asia. But we need to be very careful, because a lot of times people think that anything that is wet is peatland, or anything that looks organic is peatland, but there is still a difference between organic soil and peat soil. So even if I look at some of the videos, because we can't afford to go to some of these areas all over the world, like in South America, yeah, there are issues on this. So the dilemma of this tropical peatland intensifies to various environmental pressure, the drainage, the climate change, the unsustainable agricultural practices. Now, it is important to acknowledge that drainage and mechanical compaction is very important. So there is a difference between managed and unmanaged peat. And this can be seen on the hotspot of 2015 and 2019, whereby in Sarawak, we were successful in doing the agro-environmental management for the area. Now, the emissions from peatlands also you can see on the net warming effect, as you can see how it is focused both in Europe and in Southeast Asia. Now, how are we going to handle this dilemma? You know, so we have to remember that about 50% of the temperate peatland have been drained for 200 to 300 years, and now they come for us for in South Asia, East Asia, it has only been used for less than 50 years, but more than 70% have been deforested. Now, the tropical peatland production, we can see that it's most focused in areas where it has been drained. So, but this includes the methane for the rice. This was a measurement done by Kim Carlson in 2016. Emission concentrate in Asia with the high production, but please be kindly reminded that this also tallies with our population. Now, what is the agriculture and forestry in peatland? Important to the livelihood of local and regional economies. Oil palm on peat provides estimated of 5 million jobs. Now, oil palm is an important revenue source for eradication of poverty and addresses food security concern. We cannot deny this, but as we acknowledge this, we should not abuse it, you know. We should see how we should go forward, how we should include in the productivity area, how we should strengthen the governmental collaboration, conservation and rehabilitation, emission mitigation, research collaboration, and at the end of the day, please, before we talk all these things, where is the finance part, the money part, you know? So these are the things that we all need to consider, and about how we need to keep this peat carbon storage, maintain ongoing carbon sequestration, protect the biodiversity, prevent peatland fire, and protect our peatland services. Of course, there are challenges as we say what we want, but there are still not enough studies to say what are the tree species that can be put there, how we are going to do it. So these are the things, please, there are a lot of also work that has been done by ASEAN on prevention. There are reports, a couple of reports, but why was there still peat fire? Please do not use just textbook, you know. Please go down to the ground, please do the measurement, you know. Please don't imagine, please don't assume, please verify. So these are the challenges that we have. We are doing a small plot, and now when we do a landscape scale, you have problem. So please don't waste the time. You know, please optimize your resources, optimize the work, the fund that we do, so that we can do a better work. There is a need to balance between livelihood and climate security. We must have a precise system of water management, best management practices, because this will help to reduce the emission, land subsidence, and peatland fire. So we have to make sure that we understand what we are facing. We don't just say alternate crop. We don't make it sound so fashionable, but yet it's not practical, yet it's not being executed. So it is very important to have research collaboration to jumpstart on what we need to do to understand it better, so that we can make sure that we are able to improve whatever that is going on now. So at the end of the day, what is the money? Do we have that money? Now, where is the money? You know? So, I mean, it's always very nice to say what we want, but are we having that money? Are it being channeled properly? For example, in 2015, after the fire in Indonesia, you know what happened? Yet you have fire in 2019. Why? People were busy doing business, you know? It was more promoting of the technology, what they want to sell, not about solving the problem. So this is the issue that we are having in Southeast Asia. So it is very important that we reduce this carbon emission by peatland, reduce the loss, because there is no planet B. So we have to make sure that we don't make mistake, we don't regret that when we retire, before we enter our graveyard, we can still smile, we have left a legacy to make sure that we have something to leave for the future generation, and that we have something that they can continue with it, with the building blocks that we have started to build. That's all. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Melling. Let's move on to the next speaker, Dr. Arena Syukur. So she is a senior lecturer at University Putra, Malaysia, and she'll be speaking on soil fertility management in Southeast Asia. May I invite Dr. Syukur on the stage?
Okay, good morning everyone, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. So today I would like to share with you about the soil fertility management. So in terms of now, what we are standing beneath our feet is the hidden half, right? The hidden half of things that we could not see, but yet we are still living it on ground. So it's very tricky, and there's a lot of things for improvement for us to look at the parts of soil, particularly soil fertility, okay? And we need to be able to manage it wisely, okay, so that we can produce crops effectively at an optimum cost and yield, okay? So when we talk about soil, okay, soil fertility, it deals with nutrients, okay? And nutrients are divided into two, macronutrients and micronutrients. So most of the time, people will always focus on macronutrients because they are the essential parts of growing plants, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. But in terms of micronutrients, always have been underestimated most of the time. Okay, so let me bring into this periodic table of elements, right? So when I show this periodic table to the class, okay, they will be like, oh no, right? This is something heavy for them to digest, right? All of us have been looking at this periodic table for years in school, right, during our chemistry classes. But this table is really crucial for people dealing with soils and, of course, nutrient management and fertilizers. Because why? As in soils, right, we need to do soil testing to know the soil health status. Similarly, like every year we went for a yearly medical checkup, right? We need to go and check out what will be our blood pressure, glucose level and stuff. So similar like the soils, we need to treat it wisely as well. So when you do soil check, right, soil test, there are nutrients that you will be able to analyze and look at the status of the soil nutrients, whether it's under fertilized, whether it's inadequate nutrients or whether it's excess. Okay, we want something to be adequate so that it will be utilized wisely, have a better nutrient use efficiency, and you don't simply like fertilize so that your nutrients will go down the drain, which has basically resulted in environmental hazards. So when we deal with soil fertility, This is basically the barrel of yield and nutrients. Of course, when you talk about nutrients, you will have the macronutrients, micronutrients, and all the soil conditioners with other growth factors, right? So the most important thing that you have to understand that people will always underestimate regarding micronutrients is basically they do not understand the law of the minimum, okay? The law of the minimum is being shared by one of the German scientists back then in the 1800s, okay? So this is the basis of soil fertility, where the most limiting amount of nutrients, where you can see that on the barrel right there, the yield is going to be limited. So yield is going to be limited by the most limiting amount of nutrients. So now people will always focus on macronutrients, supplying nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium most of the time, and that's the essence of our basic fertilizer management, but they forget about micronutrients. So micronutrients such as iron, copper, zinc, manganese, those are micronutrients, but they are usually being supplied to the plants is a very limited amount, and usually they can be applied either in soil applied application or foliar application. Okay? So in order for you to maintain, okay, the efficiency of the nutrients, you need to be able to work on these 4 mechanisms, right? 4R nutrient stewardship, which has been mandated by the International Plant Nutrient Institute. So you have to look at the right source of fertilizers, okay? So for example, let's say if you want to save costs, okay, you want to look at the effects of taste of the edible portions of the plants, you need to be able to incorporate an element of sulfur, for example, okay, to improve the taste, especially in brassica, cabbage, right? So you might want to find fertilizers which has the sulfur-based component, for example, ammonium sulfate. At the same time, you're applying nitrogen in forms of ammonium, and at the same time, you have a 2-in-1 approach of having sulfur in there, okay? And then the right time of application. So you should be able to know and predict you need to know the weather forecast. For example, do not fertilize right before the rainy seasons or after the rainy seasons, because of course there will be surface runoff, okay, and also leaching of nutrients down below the root zone. We know that Malaysia, we have been blessed by lots of precipitations, and right now we know that the distribution pattern is not really good, right? So basically, this is why we need to be able to look at the timing of applications and split the fertilizer application instead of once is for one time. So you have to be able to split the amount into different sections. For example, let's say 100 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare that you need for the growth of entire growth cycle. Maybe 2 times or 3 times of split application, so you just apply about 30 kilograms or 35 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So at that, how you manage your fertilizer efficiency, okay? And then the right rate, right? You need to be able to not go by the book. Of course, when you read reports, it will say flat rate, 150 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, for example. But that's not the case, because when you do soil tests, you will have other residual nutrients in there, in the soil, from the previous cycles of growing seasons, right? So basically what you need to do is basically to take into account what are the cover crops over there. So let's say if you have cover crops at a particular area, you can actually save at least within the range of 30 to 50 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, because we know that the cover crops fix nitrogen from the atmosphere, right? And then you can maintain the efficiency of the fertilizer at that time when you use the site-specific management approach, right? And then the right place. So placement of fertilizer is also crucial. Of course, you need to be able to know whether it's going to be fertilizer to be applied, whether it's banded or whether it's going to be a pocket. So that will depend on the rooting zone of the plants, okay? So this is the soil map of Southeast Asia. We know that ASEAN will have almost, when you look at the color coding, almost a similar kind of soil series, because we are living in the tropical climates, right? So basically we have the problems of leaching of nutrients due to lots of precipitation. So basically what we need is basically a data integration of each of the country so that we will have more traceability, transparency in terms of data management so that we can communicate among us, okay, to do decision making. And when you talk about soils, of course, soils will contribute to food security because this is where we grow foods, right? So basically, there will be much more discussion later during the technical team with the technical people. But I would like to propose over here so that we have an integrated soil fertility management to cover the area of prosperity where you can double the agriculture income, agricultural productivity and double the farmer's income so that you will have a prosperous community, right? Going for a circular economy approach where you can mitigate the amount of greenhouse gases from waste to wealth, right? And then, of course, partnerships. We need partners to move forward, right? So basically, and another one will be people. So when we do research, right, we need to be able to translate to the community. So we don't want things to be just end up at the top tier journal, but then what's next? So you should be able to speak the farmer's language. You should be able to translate your research language into a layman's language so that everybody will have the idea of, okay, what is being applied, right? So that the researchers and farmers, they are on the same wavelength. Then you get the message. Okay, so dealing with this, when you talk about micronutrients, right, that we are, usually underestimated over here, dealing with malnutrition problem in the world. So this is a world problem where Southeast Asia is basically at least as a double burden. So we are in the process of having a double burden of malnutrition where there's a lack of iron, zinc, vitamin A in our diets, especially at the edible portion. Being in the developing countries, right, not everybody is accessible to health supplements. So this is where we need to fortify our soils with micronutrients. That is what we call as agronomic biofortification, where you supply your soil so that there will be the amount of micronutrients in the edible portion is sufficient enough for the children to grow. Okay, so this is one of the projects that we had in Putrajaya for social innovation of how we transform soil fertility in terms of social innovation for the betterment of children with stunted growth. So as you know that in Putrajaya, the baseline is basically, the baseline of stunted growth in Malaysia is about 20%, but Putrajaya has exceeded that up to 24%. So in Malaysia, Kelantan, Terengganu, Pahang, and Putrajaya, they are at the highest malnutrition and stunted growth problem among children. So basically, I would like to call upon the effectiveness of soil fertility in terms of micronutrient management so that we will have the social innovation, especially to target and mitigate the problems, right? So in order for you to get the potential solutions, you need to be able to have active collaborations. So as one of the African proverbs say, if you want to go far, okay, go together. If you want to go fast, go alone. So basically, with all the knowledge that we have, right, we need to serve the community and be able to translate and look below our feet, right? Look below our feet, what is basically that we can do, and there's so much room for improvement and innovation. Well, thank you.
Right, thank you, Dr. Suko. Next up, I would like to invite Dr. Ariel Hatano. He is an associate professor at Bogor Agricultural University, Indonesia, and he'll be talking about a particularly interesting topic, which is phosphorus status and its availability in agricultural soils in Indonesia. So, Dr. Hatano?
Using this?
Yes, just this button, this arrow button.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, the organizer, for having me here. I want to talk about phosphorus status and its availability in agricultural soils of Indonesia. As we know that phosphorus is a very essential element, and now Indonesia, I think phosphorus is not the source of phosphorus in Indonesia is not so many, yeah, and we must import from other countries like Russia, yeah, Russia, Belarusia. Those countries has how to say huge amount of rock phosphate, yeah. So I want to tell you about the phosphorus status, yeah, in Indonesia. Okay. So before that, I want to show you soil reaction. Yeah, we call it soil pH, carbon, phosphorus status in agricultural lands. Yeah. Of course, I don't show you all of Indonesia. I just show you for the case studies in Lampung, yeah, Lampung, Banten, West Java, yeah, Central Java, and East Java. Those provinces are the center of agricultural production. So this is the soil pH, yeah. Yeah, you see here that about 90%, 90%. I collected about 91 soil samples in Lampung. So the soil reaction or soil pH in Lampung soils, 95%, yeah, have a pH of below 5.5. Yeah. Why I choose 5.5? Because in 5.5 pH, aluminum, yeah, as a toxic element is not detected in soil analysis. So it's 5.5. If the soil is 6.5, 6.5. Okay, 6.5. But 5 much okay actually. Yeah. So 95% of the soil sample in Lampung have a pH of below 6.5, and 88% of the soil sample in Banten, yeah, had a pH of below 6.5. So it tells us that in those provinces, soil pH is acid, yes, very acid to acid. So West Java, not so far from Lampung, yeah. Yeah, I collected 153 soil samples, and 92% of soil samples in Java have a soil below 6.5. And Central Java, yeah, we go to the eastern part of Indonesia in Java Island. So 66% of soil sample in Central Java have a soil pH of below 6.5. And different story in East Java. Yeah, in East Java, the soil pH mostly above 6.5. Only 42% of soil samples collected in East Java have a pH below 6.5. What about soil organic carbon in agricultural land in Indonesia? In Lampung, 75% of soil samples in Lampung have C organic levels below 2%. Yeah, 2% is medium status in the soil. So actually, we try to make the soil the C organic content of soil about 2%. And in Banten, 70% of soil sample in Banten have C organic levels of below 2%. Yeah. In West Java, 75%. Yeah. Soil sample in West Java have organic C levels below 2%, and in Central Java, 82% of soil sample in Central Java have organic sea levels of below 2%. And East Java, same, yeah, almost same. 80% of soil sample in East Java have organic levels below 2%. What about in phosphorus? Yeah, in Indonesia usually we use Bray1P. Yeah, I don't know in Malaysia, maybe we can also use Bray2P. Yeah, but usually in Indonesia we analyze available P with Bray1P. Yeah. So in Lampung, yeah, 80% of soil sample in Lampung have available P below 11 ppm. Yeah, 11 ppm is a medium status, yeah, of Bray1P. 85% of soil sample in Banten have available P below 11 ppm. In West Java, yeah, and in West Java, 65% of Bray1P below 11 ppm. In Central Java, 56%, yeah, below 11 ppm. But in East Java, yeah, only 20% of soil sample in East Java have availability of 11 ppm. So there is a different status in agricultural land of Indonesia for phosphorus. So summary for this topic, acidic soil in Western Indonesia, yeah, Lampung, Banten, West Java are huge and need to be conditioned, yeah, to achieve a pH about neutral, 6.5. So in general, soil organic sea levels were very low to low at all study case site. P levels vary variously, yeah, in Lampung, Banten, and East Java. So efforts to mine P, yeah, to mine P that has accumulated need to be done to increase filtration efficiency. So in P distribution, I have experiment in paddy field, yeah, in West Java, Central Java, East Java. We collected 7 locations in West Java, 11 locations in Central Java, 5 locations in East Java. So the status, yeah, we also did sequential P fractionation. So yeah. And also we did the soil analysis affected P fraction accumulation. So there is how to say different in pH, base saturation, and Fa extracted by the dithionite. Yeah. So the pH status in paddy field, yeah. In paddy field, the pH status is very high, yeah, in Indonesia, and then the fractionation, the P fractionation is different. Yeah, for instance, in West Java, yeah, the main fraction is NaOH P inorganic, means that it is accumulated in aluminum and iron phosphate. Yeah, and then in East Java. Accumulated in calcium phosphate. So difference, what is it, a fraction accumulated. So I skip this. So for summary in P distribution, soil pH status in Java, paddy soil was very high, yeah. In West Java, P accumulated in NaOH P and residual P. In Central Java, P accumulated in NaOH P, HClP, yeah, and residual P. And East Java accumulated in SLP and residual P. So how to release banded P in the soil. So what I did is we use calcium as silicate or sodium silicate. So silicate can be used for substitute P in the soil particle. So in this case that the silicate can be used because the increasing rates of calcium silicate can increase available P. So this is the percentage. So the summary, this one, yeah, silicate is promising to be used as ameliorant for releasing native phosphor in anisole. Yeah, in anisole, it's necessary to make calibration experiment in the field to select which material are good as ameliorant in anisole soil. So conclusion, the nutrient status of agricultural land in Indonesia varies, so it requires different treatment. Yeah, about 50% P is abundant in available form. Effort to mine phosphorus needs to be done to improve fertilization efficiency. So silicate can be used to mine P. So thank you.
Right, thank you, Dr. Arif Hartono, for that presentation on phosphorus availability in Indonesian agricultural soils. Next up, we will have Professor Dr. Leong Yuen Yung from Sunway University itself, and she'll be talking about soil fertility as a productive capital asset. Right, please.
Thank you, Dr. Chen, for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our food system, especially after the expansion of the barren green deserts of monoculture fostered by the Green Revolution, contributes to the climate change crisis today. According to the United Nations, agriculture covers nearly 40% of the world's land and is responsible for 17% of the global carbon dioxide emissions. Many decarbonization pathways exist in the agriculture sector. To find sustainable system solutions, we need to look deeper. Our research in Cambridge in 2005 demonstrated that it is the quality of relationships that make things work. This requires acknowledging our relationship, not simply with nature, but within nature, and to work on understanding and honoring the relationships within ecosystems, including human ecosystems. Caring enables growth. Caring is the action, and growth is the result. This principle is brilliantly demonstrated in the work of Gawat Kalinga Enchanted Farm in the Philippines. In the GK Enchanted Farms, communities are mobilized to transform barren and waste land into fertile soil that produces food sustainably. This has empowered poverty-stricken Filipinos to be self-sustaining farmers and to live with dignity. The 12th Malaysia Plan identifies soil fertility to be a health indicator of this ecosystem that must be closely monitored, and recommends more soil testing to be done in collaboration with universities. The 12th Malaysia Plan should have also pinpointed soil fertility as a lever for agriculture productivity and decarbonization. The excessive use of fertilizer seriously damages the microbiological ecosystem that is the soil's fertility. It is a vicious cycle that makes the agricultural system even more dependent on fertilizer and pesticide, which have been increasing in prices. What is needed is a biological solution based on a thorough understanding on the underlying microbiological ecosystem and working to regenerate it. Microbes prepare the nutrients in a form that could be absorbed by a plant. Science-based composting and other soil fertility enriching practices will promote rather than ravage biodiversity in the soil and on farms, and thus increase agricultural productivity, which impacts food security and farmers' incomes. More than that, these good farming practices will also improve carbon sequestration, water efficiency, national health, and reduce farmers' indebtedness and suicides. Despite its dirt-like appearance, soil is a living entity, and that is the ultimate basis of all human, plant, and animal life. We need to preserve the health of the soil in the same way that we are nurturing the health of life below water, SDG 14, and life on land, SDG 15. Life in soil is largely microbial and should be designated as SDG 18. Soil is not only the largest reservoir of microbial diversity on Earth, but also the largest terrestrial water reservoir. Soil stores 2/3 of all fresh waters, and with water as the medium, soil acts as a bioreactor that circulates the essential elements of living matter, recycles waste, and purifies water. Water in the soil functions like blood in the human body. Planet Earth is facing a crisis of soil deterioration as a result of human abuses. Desertification and erosion have diminished the quality of soil services. For example, producing food to feed the human population and sequestering carbon to regulate global temperature. Vibrancy never occurs in only one part of an ecosystem. Either the whole ecosystem is vibrant or vibrancy is not there. Vibrancy is the flow of life, what the Chinese would call qi. Since soil is a living being, it needs to be fed. Microbes in the soil require carbon to build energy for development and nitrogen to build proteins. Plantation crops continuously absorb soil nutrients in order to grow. Feeding the soil with chemical fertilizers, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, NPK, does not replenish all the lost nutrients. Soil in intensive agriculture system loses carbon when plant material is removed from the land during harvest. Carbon starvation can happen to the soil when soil organic matter is not replenished. After a considerable period, organic matter in the soil will break down, causing nutrients to be washed away by rain. Then low soil fertility and low crop productivity sets in. Replenishing this organic matter with compost returns to the soil the nutrients, NPK and the micronutrients, and organic matter, meaning the carbon, taken away with harvest. As the nutrient content and quality of the soil improve, the growth of plant roots underground and crops above ground increases, leading to more carbon absorption from the atmosphere. Animals used to be part of farmlands, and their manure is a food source for microbes. However, the arrival of farm machineries have moved society in the direction of animal-free agriculture. Besides food, microbes need appropriate housing, meaning well-aggregated soil, to thrive. An aggressively tilled soil breaks soil pores and aggregates apart. And when land is plowed up to 9 to 12 inches in depth with tractors and machines and left open, biodiversity is seriously destroyed. Besides understanding soil in a scientific and technical sense, we need to build an intimate and loving relationship with it, meaning to understand it in a relational sense not in an abstract academic sense, to get that shared vibrancy. When people who work with the soil and live with it, but do not see it as something to have a relationship with, meaning that they don't love the soil, then there is a big problem. Composting happens at ambient temperature and atmospheric pressure. Thus, it is more efficient than the energy-hungry Haber-Bosch process, which converts hydrogen and nitrogen to ammonia at temperatures around 500 degrees Celsius and at pressures up to 20 megapascal. The Haber-Bosch process consumes about 1% of the world's total energy production and has only 50% energy efficiency. The carbon footprint of ammonia synthesis is accentuated by the use of natural gas to generate the hydrogen needed for making ammonia. 75 to 90% of ammonia produced globally is directed to fertilizer production, which supports nearly half of global food production. Half of the nitrogen from synthetic fertilizers ends up polluting the environment. Instead of waiting for nitrogen fertilizer production to decarbonize with the emergence of green ammonia, farmers and policymakers can shift their mindset to treat soil as a living being and feed it appropriately so that the symbiotic relationships between microbes and plants can always be vibrant. Storing carbon in soils as a measure to mitigate change is gaining momentum. For example, the 4 per 1,000 initiative launched by the French government at COP21 Paris Climate Summit in 2015. Increasing soil organic carbon by just 0.4% annually would increase global production of major food crops by 20 to 40% per year and lead to an additional 1 gigaton of carbon being sequestered per year on average. There are also carbon farming practices under the Common Agricultural Policy and other EU programs such as LIFE and Horizon Europe, in particular under the mission A Soil Deal for Europe. Land improvement, soil conservation, agriculture loans, and rehabilitation of land are under the state's care. Only with a change in mindset will policymakers make reducing fertilizer subsidies and increasing funding to agriculture investments that nurture soil as a productive capital asset and develop good farming practice. Plantation companies are unable to transform their relationship with the soil everywhere at once. What they can usefully do is focus on the nurseries that grow new seedlings and the planting out of new seedlings, in particular when replanting old plantations. A soil fertility action plan will have the following strategic components. Number 1, change the mindset and regenerate the attitude towards soil and the human relationship with it. Number 2, develop the science and understanding of the whole soil ecosystem. For example, how to identify in detail and measure the microbial life in the soil that is its fertility. Develop and manage a global database that shares this information globally and give information and advisory service to smallholders and others wherever they are. Number 3, to rejuvenate the soil and the farms. Number 4, to level up the human skills and managerial approach as a coherent, integrated strategic policy for the future. Rehabilitation of soil ecosystems at a massive scale is possible and makes financial sense. Not only will it improve employment, incomes, and income resilience for ordinary people, it will also ensure that the diverse functions of soil will be fully available to future generations. Thank you, and back to you, Jitten.
Thank you, Dr. Leong. Next up, we have Dr. Gusti Anchari, Professor at the Soil Science Department, Magister of the Environmental Studies Division, Tanjung Pura University, Indonesia. And he will be speaking on the topic of changes in bacterial community composition, which reveals the anthropogenic disturbances on tropical peat. So Dr. Ansari, please. Thank you
very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chen. This is my honor to be here to present this small work. So my name is Gusti Ansari. See, okay, what happened? Sarawak. Huh? Okay. Just a minute, sorry. Yeah.
This one is for next slide.
For next slide. I press this one. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so my title presentation is changing in bacterial community composition, reveal anthropogenic disturbances on tropical peat. So I would like also to thank you our co-author here, Nisa Novita, Epi, Pajar, Chico, Rasis, and also Felin. So I'm from Tanjung Pura University, and my group also from what they call Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara, or the Nature Conservancy of Indonesia. Okay. So as I'm happy to hear Duli, Professor Yuan, about the changes of the land use that disturb the soil, in this case the tropical peatland. We know degraded tropical peatland has become a carbon source. It's widely known now. It's acceptable, but we don't know the phenomenon. We know the phenomenon, but we don't know the process and the mechanism how the carbon is released from this tropical peatland. Because only a few studies are presently published in literature looking at soil microbiome, either bacteria or archaea, also the fungus or the fungi. Okay, so in this is the first study. Just aim to compare the composition of microbial communities, in particular bacteria and archaea, in this tropical peat used for smallholder agriculture. Oil palm plantation is very big business in Southeast Asia, and also in the remaining secondary peat forests, yeah, in this region. Yeah. So this is study site. I'm from West Kalimantan, really the equatorial line. We have what we call it, the rain pattern is an equatorial system. No clear distinction between rainy and dry seasons. All year is just humid and wet. We have about maybe 200, on average 300 millimeter per month of rain, and the annual rainfall can be 3,000 millimeter, and temperature is very warm and hot, yeah, and humid, yeah. So we collect this sample from 3 land uses on peatland: smallholder agriculture, oil palm, and secondary forest. So we collected data in August last year. Okay, we made 2 transects, drain and reweighted transect, because in Indonesia, since 2016, the really peatland must be restored by hydrology. The government built what they call it canal blockage in order to increase the groundwater table. Okay, so we sample code here, secondary forest. We get a drain and also the reweighted secondary forest, SFD and SFR, drain oil palm and reweighted oil palm, OP, and drain agriculture, RRD, and RR, the reweighted agriculture. We collected 12 sample core using the Russian peat auger, and then we sent to Novogen in Singapore for DNA analysis, but we do it replicates, become 24 sample in total, yeah. Okay, it's a long process here, and we come to the result, yeah. So we have a lot of more than 3 million operational taxonomy units. Yeah, DNA is DNA. So many, most of them about 2.8 million are unknown or others. Yeah, it's not identified at a level of species. Yeah, but we have the phyla. Yeah, so you can see the relative dominance of the phyla. So the majority, the dominant phyla is what we call it Proteobacteria, Firmicute, Actinobacteriota, and Bacteroidota. Yeah, this is the top 4 phyla, about 87%. Yeah. Okay. And then biodiversity indices, like Professor Yuen already mentioned, is very high. Yeah. A lot of soil microbes in the pit soil. Pit soil is very acid. Yeah, a lot acid than the mineral soil. Dr. Arif just mentioned. Yeah, there were pH 3 or 4 only here, very acid. So, but a lot of living organism in this peatland soil. Yeah. Okay, this is because a lot of species, hundreds of them. So we try to combine them into. Of course, some are unidentified, and we call it this. One is regiosphere, or as a plant growth promoting regiosphere bacteria, PGPR, and some are as a human pathogen. Others we don't know. And also organic compound degrader. They just, like the Professor Yuen said, they depends on the carbon, the organic carbon. And we have also, interestingly, we find these gut bacteria in human and animals. And also we have bacteria might use as a biopesticide. And bacteria play significant role in biochemical cycle, like nitrogen or carbon or sulfur or iron. Yeah. And also we have antimicrobial resistant that may produce antibiotics or resistant to heavy metals, for example, and also have a microbial agent as penetrator or produce other enzymes. Yeah. Okay. So this can see that we have important here. The gut bacteria is very high in the blue color, yeah, in this relative prominence, and some biochemical cycle also in the gray color, and also the biochemical degraders, yeah, here. Okay, and then get this heat map, yeah. You can see in the top here, the gut bacteria is very prominent in drain agriculture in related oil palm here, okay? And in the bottom, you can see the prominent bacteria occur as a biochemical cycle and organic compound degrader in related agriculture, related secondary forest, drain oil palm, and drain secondary forest. Maybe you, because our secondary forest is not pristine, it's disturbed. There is a canal, drainage canal. So we have a drain secondary forest here. So also drain canal is newly built, yeah. 2020, I think the government built it, yeah. And also we have as importantly the what we call it, human pathogen also occur in the secondary forest of the bacteria. When this is my new study. In the past, when I was back 20 years ago, I lived in the did a lot of transect in the tropical forest, stay there, flying camp, yeah, up to Oman in the forest. So we just drink the water of this peatland, okay? Because so at the time we didn't care what is a lot of bacteria. Yeah, it's not healthy at all. Yeah, the time we just drink the water there. Yeah, naturally. Okay. So come discussion and conclusion. So let's see from this small study, human activities and an anaerobic or waterlogged environment. Yeah, in this pit. Yeah. even the drain one, support the development of gut bacteria in this study, this case study. And some of gut bacteria may be benefits to human, like probiotics, but others might cause some human disorders, related to. It's very complex. And importantly, degraded pit would become a host of for developing a gut bacteria that might threaten human health here. In addition, the carbon loss or biodiversity loss. This is a new perspective, maybe. So, but we need to have further studies, the linkage of the human disturbance on tropical pit, the bacteria composition changes with the human health here. So it's very maybe important to look at it for the future in relation to the sustainability here. So it's not that easy, but this is a maybe important issue to be a concern here. Okay, this is the last slide I have. I have to acknowledge, thank you for SDSN support me to be here. And this research was funded by Bezos, Earth Fund. And this paper is under review by Applied Soil Ecology Journal. Still under review. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Anchari. So last but not least, I'd like to invite Dr. Budi Sulistiwadi, I hope I pronounced that right, Assistant Professor, Center of Geospatial Information Infrastructure Development, part of the Institute for Research and Community Services, Mullah Waman University, Indonesia. And the topic will be on remote sensing for soil. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really delighted that I'm standing up here by the invitation from the Sustainable Development Support Network. Especially for this soil session. Maybe different with the first 5 presenters that most of them are talking about everything on the ground. I'm gonna bring you up to the satellites on space, on the drones, to see everything from above. So the slide is quite a lot, so I may skip some because of the time constraint. So I'm so sorry before if some of the slides may be important for you. Just a little bit introduction about myself. As already been introduced before. I'm working in Mullah Waman University, but used to work in some other institutions, including NASA in the Goddard Space Flight Center back in 2013. There are 5 parts of this talk, but I may skip the details on number 2 and number 3 because it's maybe too technical and the time constraints as well. So we'll dig more about the application of remote sensing more on the soil and land applications. Back to the definitions, what is the remote sensing? So basically, we put our eyes on Earth, on space, through the satellites, through the airborne platforms, and then we can see everything everything happens on our Earth. There are different level of platforms that we can use, including those on the land. So land remote sensing is also important part of the remote sensing techniques, apart from those in airs and on space. And we also know that there are 2 main remote sensing systems. The first one is the passive remote sensing, where the sensors only receive the signals as it reflected or transmitted directly from the Earth. And the active sensors, where the platforms also transmit something and then receive back the return signal. There are a lot of interactions between these signals on the atmospheres and as well as the on the ground. So remote sensing is fast of information and knowledge that you want to learn about it. And we also limited by the spectrum that our eyes can identify. So if you see the rainbows in the middle, then that's the only range of the electromagnetic spectrum that we can see. The others we cannot see, but we can sense it. So through the numbers reflected from the objects, we can sense many other things. Now, this is the slide that I want to bring up to you. That this is the race of the Earth's observation satellite systems in the world. Part of them are India. They are quite advanced in this. USA, of course, they have hundreds of them. European Union, they have also hundreds and trying to catch up with the US. And also China. China is also leading sectors in this business. The question is ASEAN ready? Is ASEAN ready as a multi-countries mission? That's the question for us in the end of this presentation. So in passive remote sensing, as I mentioned before, we receive the signals as reflected from the ground. And from this aerial photography and photogrammetry, we put them in the small scale. So we limited the areas with the coverage of the camera. And then on the optical satellite missions sense, as I mentioned before, we limited with the electromagnetic spectrum that we can sense. But still, there are quite fast race on the provision of the information from the satellites through the optical systems. How does it appear on the color image as a color image? So because of the nature of the data, which is contains of the strength of the signals, we can translate it into colors that our eyes can detect. Then we can understand what happened on the Earth, as we can see in this image. When we translate the first band into blue color, then our eyes can sense it as blue. And then when we combine them with the green and the red, we can see the color composite on the right side. We also talk about radiometric resolutions, how is the differentiation between the tones of the colors that we can see, as well as the spatial resolutions. Of course, when the pixel size is getting smaller, then we can see much more than what we can see in the coarser scale. As of the temporal, we can also set up the satellite to come back in several days, or even 2 times a day for some satellites, depends on our needs. One other application of the remote sensing is the hyperspectral remote sensing. This is the most complex one because it consists of so many bands, so many different channels that we need to analyze. But it's very useful also to deal with bare soil or bare land. Because as you can see in this image, there are a lot of spectrum that we need to differentiate. But then at the end, we can understand what kind of chemical substance in the soil or on the rock. Now we come to the trends in the UAV or drones. It's very famous right now. Everyone can buy it as cheap as 200 ringgits, probably. So it's become very, very popular and very useful and powerful right now. As you can see in the left image, there are so many different platforms or size of the drones. And the right-hand side image show us how is this business growing up so fast. And it's also supported by the easiest processing workflows, as you can see in the image. With the several clicks, you already got your image that you need. Okay, I need to get it faster now. Now, the active remote sensing is quite different because it sends the signals that's sent out by the sensors itself. And as you can see here, how to interpret the image is much different. But the type of the information is also different because the active remote sensing can sense the dielectric constant of the soil that can help us with the condition of the soil moisture, for example. And the LiDAR is also part of the active remote sensing that can sense topography in very detail. I'll skip this. Now we come to this business about the forest and climate, that satellites can sense so many things, including the condition of the atmosphere, condition of the land, as well as the condition of the bare land without the vegetation on top of it. This is one example in East Kalimantan, the province where we got the funding for defending our forests. So the basis is like this, that we sense the land cover from time to time, and then we claim how much carbon that we retain in our forests. And also that part of this greenhouse gas inventory. Now in this image you can see on the left-hand side there is a list about 2 or 3 dozens of sensors or missions devoted only for water cycle, for example. And then for land surface hydrology, we can also sense some of the characteristic of the land. And this slide shows you how we do measurements on the mangrove forest using the drones and the terrestrial laser scanners that we install on the ground. This is the result from the terrestrial laser scanner, so we can see that much of details of the biomass. And we can see the difference between the ground measurements. Now, about the soil, we have at least 13 missions that can help us to characterize our soil. But still, this is still not all characteristic of soil that we can sense. So most of them using the microwave radiometer, which has very coarse resolution. So you can see in the next slides how coarse are they. And then, of course, some sensors that can somehow describe the soil moisture. I said somehow because it's not direct observation still. It still needs some other observation to mix up. So this is the first slide about the soil moisture. So this business is not a new one. This paper comes from 1976, right the year when I was born. So it's 40 years old, science. And still, until today, people still struggle with that because it cannot be observed directly from the space or from the air. As you can see here, the resolution is so coarse, so it's very, very difficult to get the detailed information on the soil moisture, even with the latest sensors. This is the global pictures of the soil moistures as other researchers done. And this is the comparison between the remote sensing and the ground measurements. As you can see, they are close together. And then this is how difficult the sensors cover the whole world, because sometimes the orbits and then the characteristic of the platforms does not allow us to observe the whole world at the same time. Another example is the soil salinity that can be also inferred with the help of other ancillary geospatial data. So basically we need to mix many other data to come up with some soil characteristics. And these slides, they describe the soil degradation as described with the soil erosion, and then also some of the soil salinity on some part of this research location. Now the other part is the soil organic carbon. There is a chance to sense that with the help of many others data, as I said before, but still it cannot be directly measured from the space, either from the air. So in summary, what kind of characteristic that we can directly observe, or at least with some little help? First of all, of course, we can measure the land cover and above ground biomass. Of course, it's visible. And then soil moisture with the help of some other data, soil salinity, and of course, the soil temperature from the brightness temperature features of the remote sensing data. What are characteristics that we still cannot directly observe? Soil fertility, soil organic carbon, physical characteristics, and as well as soil type. We still need to go to the ground to know the soil type. So this is the last slide, which is most important. More in-depth research are needed to understand how remote sensing can be used to effectively describe the current condition of our soil. And then various methods need to be exercised and to support very detailed image obtained from the UAV or drone or many other high resolution data. And the last but the important one is the multi-country satellite mission specifically built for identifying soil characteristics are both opportunity and challenge. Because as discussed before, there are a lot of needs, there are a lot of interests between countries. So that concludes my talk today. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm very open for question and answer. Thank you very much. I return to John.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sulistyo Adi. So now we come to what I consider usually the more interesting part of the talk, which is, or the workshop, which is the question and answer session. Can I just check whether there's a mic going around? Yes, okay. So are there any questions from the audience first before I start with my list of questions? Yeah, go. I'll just mention your name and just your title. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Minhas Farid Ahmed. I'm from University Kebangsaan, Malaysia. My question, the presenter who presented on remote sensing, also the peatland. So earlier in the presentation, we seen peatland is one of the main sources of frequent forest fires. So when I see presenting that soil moistures can be detected based on satellite, so how effective to measure this peatland wetted or dry through the remote sensing or GIS application? Or is there any policy to maintain the peatland in wet condition anywhere in the world? Thank you very much.
The remote sensing, in terms of can it detect how wet the soil is to prevent fires? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. I'll answer about the possibilities for remote sensing first. So first of all, as I mentioned before, the constraining factors is still the resolution, because the soil moistures indeed can be sensed through the remote sensors, either from the air or from the space. But the problem is the resolutions of the soil moisture missions right now is still very, very limited. So the smallest pixel that it can produce varies from 1 to 5 kilometers. So that's the problem, because it still needs to be combined with other sensors and some other algorithms behind it. So with that kind of resolutions, we can tell if the peatland is quite large. So when it's small, then it's quite difficult. Other approach that you can do that I didn't present, I'm sorry about that, is through the gravity. So there are some gravity missions such as GRACE, GRACE, or GOCE, GOCE from the European Union. Both are sensing the difference of the gravity fields. And they sense the difference between gravity fields from the water and from the pure soil. So people can see. But again, the resolution is even coarser. It's 5 kilometers or more. So that's answering the first part of the question. So the second one, maybe Ibu Luli.
Yeah, that's a very good question. What happened is that, yes, he's doing the technology but in terms of prevention of peatland on fire, it's not about wet. Wet is not the real answer, actually. It's about the soil moisture. There's a difference between moist and wet. So using the remote sensing, you can measure the moisture or the wetness, but you cannot detect the top layer. What is most important is the 20 centimeter above the water table. So the 20 centimeter above the water table is the porosity of the soil. So if the soil is porous, the bulk density is low, no matter even if your water table is 20 centimeter, you will still have chances of peat fire. But if your soil is moist, with the top layer being high bulk density, And even if the water table goes down to about 60 to 70 centimeter, you will not have peat fire because there is enough capillary rise to for the water to move from the water table up to the soil surface. So that is the real issue that is still not being properly clarified globally. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any follow-up questions to that from the audience? If not, because I have a follow-up question for Dr. Mei-Ling. And my question is, given the fact that we are clearing peat soil at a rapid pace, one of the things that we take for granted in the tropical rainforest is that if we leave a piece of land alone for long enough, it will turn back into a forest. Yes, it's secondary forest, but it will still be a forest. Is that the same for peat lands? If you leave it long enough?
Yeah, that is a very interesting question because there's a lot of misunderstanding between the difference between temperate soil and tropical soil in terms of fertility. So what happened is that in the temperate soil, the soil fertility is in the soil. But in the tropical soil, the soil fertility are in the trees. So that is number one. Number two, in terms of the characteristics between tropical soil mineral and peat, the fertility of the soil is 10 times lower for peat soil compared to mineral soil. So when the land is cleared, it was my fear. My fear why I ran for my life to make sure that the peat will not become savanna. Because once you clear this peat swamp forest, and if there is no management on how it should be developed, you are turning a tropical peat swamp forest into a savanna, which is what is being called belukar in Indonesia. Now, a lot of this has been abandoned because of insufficient understanding about the peat soil. Now, when the condition of the peat is in a belukar format, the regrowth is even 10 times lower than a typical mineral soil of a tropical soil. And with that sort of condition, the soil porosity is high. The probability of the chances of this abandoned peatland or abandoned or the waiting for the regrowth, the probability of the peat fire is very high. And I believe currently in Indonesia, there is a struggle to rehabilitate about 2 million hectare of abandoned peatland. You have abandoned sago areas because of the insufficient understanding on how to develop it. And who is going to finance? Because yes, there is this word called re-wet, but re-wet is an imagination. And there is a fashion show. There's a word called, they even create the word called peludiculture, re-wet. But please, if you really fully understudy how the trees in natural condition grows, how it develops in the tropical peat swamp forest, this phenomenon is not feasible. Yeah. So it is important to know that the seedlings of the tropical peat swamp trees do not grow on wet condition, but actually at the root mat of the drier part of the peat swamp forest. So with that sort of understanding, we need to try and fine-tune how would you do it on a new generated, on a rehabilitation area. So this is the gap of knowledge which we need to embark into future studies. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I see a question in the audience there. Could we get the mic? Yep.
My name is Sai Razlan. I'm retired, but still performing as a farmer. Okay, and I'd like to go back to the basics. Okay, we are talking every day about food security, food safety, and we are also, but it involves soil. Let's go back to the basics, and that is, let's get the children, let's get the people who are planting to know what the soil is, as what Prof. Yuan Leong says. Okay? Now, our extension education, extension services must get its act together. Sometimes, because it doesn't affect you, you couldn't care less. And that goes the same with the erosion of the sea, coastal areas. It doesn't affect you because your house is not there. But if your house is there, you are very worried. Now, I'm very worried about the future of Malaysia, the future of the world. When we talk about food security, we need to have food. And food, somehow or other, revolves around soil. The chicken needs corn. The corn needs to be planted. And if you go on planting, you got to go big scale. And if you go big scale, you need machineries. When you need machineries, we talk about the pit soil. The pit soil also, there are various types of pit soil. Some of the machineries cannot even go in. It's a waste. I've worked a lot on the soil, okay, and I use microbes. The young lady from Sarawak, I say young lady because I think you're still working, right? I'm not. Okay. Now, what I'm saying is that maybe we should understand that there should be enough research being done on, or focus towards giving grants towards the research on peat, using microbes for peat. The microbes could turn the peat into something more valuable. I've worked on microbes. Okay, I've made some of the farmers double their yield. But there's also the negative side of it, I must say. When they become rich, they add on new properties. The farmers, one of them even married another one. Okay, but those are the life of things, okay? What we need them is to be self-sustaining, and we should sustain our quality of soil understanding. Get the schools to get involved in it. The picture, somebody showed the picture about the children working on the soil. Let them get used to it. Now I see students are scared about holding soil. Let's face it, this is life. Okay, it's just a comment which I feel that the government have got to, all government have got to look into seriousness of the soil and to improve them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I would open the question to Prof. Leong, but I have been informed that we are running short of time, although we have a lot of questions actually to go through. Unfortunately, I think that we'll have to wait for another day. I do apologize. Sure, 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Don't worry, you can. The rich one can have more wives, and the rich ladies can have more husbands. No issue. Yes, I agree with you because a lot of times people treat that soil is dirt, you know. So, but I think this all starts from us. As we point one finger to everybody, we should also look at the three fingers about us. So charity starts from home. There's a word that says it also starts from we ourselves. We start it from home with our children, you know. So then we go to the schools. But it is very important because I know that a lot of times people have this hydroponic or whatever way you do the agriculture, but actually you are just eating volume, but not the nutrient content. So nutrient content is not enough, you know. So a lot of us here are alive, you know, here, but are we fully functional? And all that boils to how we manage the fertility of the soil, because the fertility of the soil determines the vibration of the human above ground. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Ming, yeah, I'll have to stop you there. But thank you very much for the comment, and I do sincerely apologize to the rest of the panel because of the lack of time. We will have this hopefully again, maybe next year, but I wish you all the best and thank you for your time. We really appreciate it from Sunway University. Right. Thank you all. Can you give us a round of applause? Okay, so we have a photo session on stage, yeah?
Welcome to SDSN. SDSN stands for Sustainable Development Solutions Network. The SDSN was set up in 2012 under the auspices of the UN Secretary-General to mobilize global scientific expertise to promote practical solutions for sustainable development, including the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Our mission is to promote integrated approaches to implement the SDGs and the Paris Agreement on climate change through education, research policy analysis, and global cooperation. The SDG Academy is SDSN's online education platform that creates and curates free educational resources on sustainable development. The courses cover the headline issues and a multitude of interdisciplinary topics related to the 17 SDGs. The Secretariat and SDSN's 1,300-plus member institutions support planning, policy development, and implementation of these international commitments through a number of projects. Our Sustainable Development Reports house our SDG index and dashboards, data analysis tools that use publicly available data to track progress on the SDGs at the national, regional, and local levels. The annual World Happiness Report surveys the state of global happiness and ranks countries by their happiness levels. The Food, Agriculture, Biodiversity, Land Use, and Energy Pathways Consortium, or FABLE for short, is composed of 22 regional and country teams developing coordinated national long-term pathways towards sustainable land use and food systems. SDSN also houses several thematic networks, groups of experts mobilized around a specific topic within sustainable development, such as data, climate and energy, sustainable cities, and sustainable agriculture and food systems. SDSN has over 1,300 members across 38 national and regional networks. In their respective countries and regions, SDSN's networks of universities, research centers, and other knowledge institutions translate the latest expertise in sustainable development into action. Our youth network boasts 20 regional networks in more than 85 countries, developing, promoting, and launching solution-based initiatives around Agenda 2030. Membership at SDSN is free and open to non-for-profit knowledge-generating institutions. Visit our website to apply to our global network today. SDSN is grateful to our sponsors and donors, without whom none of this work would be possible. Keep up with SDSN by following us on LinkedIn and Twitter, liking us on Facebook, or subscribe to our newsletter.
Good morning. Let's get started so that we can go off to a leisurely Saturday lunch and spend the evening with our families. Thank you very much for staying till the very end of the 2 days workshop. In this closing plenary session, let's see the actionable paths to the future. The first speaker will be Professor John Twits of Monash University, where he chairs the Monash Sustainable Development Institute. Most important of all, he's also the chairman of SDSN Association. He is my boss of bosses. And, well, Professor Twits has had a very interesting career. Started out as a lawyer, then served as mayor of South Melbourne before becoming deputy premier of the state of Victoria from 1999 until 2007. And he has switched, showing his intellectual versatility into the area of sustainable development, where he has become a recognized global leader. Australia, despite being distracted in the midst of COVID-19 in 2021, bestowed upon him the Order of Australia, the highest honor that a country could confer on someone. So, John, welcome. The stage is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Wing, and I don't think anyone is your boss. I don't know anyone who could do that job. But thank you so much for hosting this marvellous event, and thank you to Sunway also. And thank you to Tan Sri Jeffrey Chia, who actually shares that same honour that I have. And Australia is very proud that Tan Sri Jeffrey Chia has spent a lot of his formative years in Australia and now has contributed so much here. Wing has asked me to speak about the next steps in achieving global sustainable development. And I think the first step is commitment. It's commitment by people of goodwill, like yourselves, to the goal of sustainable development. And I think the fact that we're all here on a Saturday morning talking about sustainable development, sharing ideas, is a pretty good start. Normally I'd be doing the week shopping right now, so I'm not sure what we're going to eat this week, but I feel my brain will be well nourished. And I'm sure it's the same for all of you. The second step is to bring knowledge and expertise to the task. And that's really what SDSN does, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. We now bring together researchers and educators from around 2,000 universities around the world in 143 countries. This is by far the biggest global network of its kind. And we're harnessing that expertise to make a difference at a country level, but really importantly at a regional level, like this discussion that we're having here at Sunway. I do want to start by mentioning an opportunity, a new opportunity for researchers and educators in universities to increase their impact through the media. And that's something called 360 Info. 360 Info is an independent, non-profit public information service that does information from scientists and experts into the media. It's like a Reuters for researchers. And currently the way it works is the journalists work with the researchers to produce articles which are then passed on to some 1,500 newsrooms around the world. And therefore researchers can get a platform for their ideas. This 360 Info is based at Monash University, but we now have a network of journalists around the world supporting that, including here in Malaysia. And I'm very pleased to say that 360 Info will be partnering with SDSN on an upcoming special report on removing obstacles to implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in the Indo-Pacific region. And I expect that that will be in major newspapers throughout the region. So I do urge you, if as a researcher you're interested in this, to find out more information through info@360info.org. Well, what are these next steps that are needed in global sustainable development? As we heard yesterday, there's much to do. We're at the halfway point of the Sustainable Development Goals to 2030, and unfortunately we're way off track. The Sustainable Development Report, which the SDSN produces every year, did actually have some positives. And I noticed that Malaysia, for example, has done well on poverty reduction and is improving in that way. But across the whole world, not a single Sustainable Development Goal is on track to be met at a global level by 2030. There was a small improvement between 2015 and 2019, but not nearly enough to meet the targets by 2030. But then COVID-19 pushed us back further. And I think one of the most disturbing findings in that report this year is that there's a risk that by 2030, the gap between the high-income countries and the low-income countries in SDG achievement will be even greater in 2030 than it was in 2015. So that gap is increasing. And as we heard also yesterday, the Paris climate targets are off track, and we're already 1.2 degrees above pre-industrial levels, headed towards potentially 3-degree global heating, which will be disastrous. Now, at the front of that Sustainable Development Report, there's a section which you might be interested to read, and it is a paper prepared by the SDSN Leadership Council on how we can turn this around. And it's titled How to Achieve the SDGs, the SDSN Framework. And I thought it was worth this morning highlighting the recommendations that the Leadership Council have made. The first recommendation is to adopt the SDG stimulus that the Secretary-General of the United Nations has advocated for to close the financing gap between the rich countries and the poorer countries. And essentially this requires of the wealthier countries to put additional capital into the multilateral development banks and into sustainable development to support lower and lower middle income countries. And allied with that recommendation is the second recommendation that we made, which was to endorse reform of the global financial architecture. Because as things stand at the moment, low-income countries simply can't get access to finance at reasonable rates. And in fact, this has got worse since COVID. Low-income countries, for example, represent about 8% of the population of the world, yet they get 0.4% of global investment. And lower middle income countries represent 43% of global population, but get just 11.9% of investment. Now, recently you would have seen about the summit for the new Global Financing Pact, which was hosted by President Macron in Paris in June. And this summit did raise these issues, which is positive. But so far, that has not resulted in what is really needed, which is a significant boost in funding for the multilateral development banks and for low-income countries. And essentially, it is the wealthy countries that have to make that commitment. The third recommendation from the Leadership Councils is that countries should adopt long-term sustainable development pathways to 2030 and 2050. Now, these longer-term pathways are really something that Jeff has pioneered over many years, Jeff Sachs. And for me, they've been a real awakening in thinking, because so often in government, what we do is we start where we are and then we think, what can we politically achieve? And that's about as far as we go. But the whole idea of these long-term pathways with backcasting is to set a clear quantitative target for the future, for 2030, for 2050, and then work backwards, backcast from there, to design the innovations and the investment that is needed to achieve that long-term target. And when you think that way, it totally changes the way that you do policy. And that's what the Leadership Council has suggested that we should be doing across sustainable development. I have to say I'm really pleased that just last week the Australian government announced that it would be working with the community and experts to design long-term sectoral pathways for decarbonisation in the key sectors, that is in energy, industry, the built environment, agriculture and land, transport and resources. And Climate Works, which I chair, has been calling for this for years, so we're very pleased that last week it was announced. And we're also pleased that we've been asked to be working on that project. At the time, the government also announced that the circular economy would be a cross-cutting issue for all of those sectoral plans. And adopting a circular economy approach is vital if we're going to meet SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. But it also is the way that we can start to get business to change so that it decouples growth and profit from environmental degradation. And I'm pleased personally to have been asked by the Australian government to chair the Circular Economy Ministerial Advisory Group that will be designing and recommending the regulations and the financial incentives that you need to achieve a circular economy. But of course, these long-term plans shouldn't just be confined to decarbonisation. We need them for the other major transformations that are needed for sustainable development, like quality education or universal healthcare or sustainable food and land, sustainable cities and the digital economy. And the one recommendation I'd particularly make when these long-term plans are being developed is to ensure that they include the policies and financial commitments that are going to be needed to achieve them. It's not enough just to have a plan. You've got to back it up with regulation and policy, in my experience. The fourth recommendation we make is for countries to present voluntary national reviews of their sustainable development performance at regular intervals. As we pointed out in that paper, in the USA, they have not yet presented a single voluntary national review. Australia has only presented one. I'm really pleased to note that Malaysia has committed to presenting a voluntary national review every 4 years. And I think put one in 2017 and also in 2021. But that regular commitment is almost more important than anything, because it shows that the government is going to have to come back to the community and say, this is how we're going. But in my view, simply reporting is not enough, and that's all the voluntary national reviews do. What we need is a system of SDG governance that ensures that sustainable development is part of the mainstream government processes, most importantly the budget. If the sustainable development goals aren't in the budget, and we're not using the Sustainable Development Goals to help design the budget, they're not going to happen, because that's where government makes its decisions. The fifth recommendation is something Jeff talked about this yesterday, is around peaceful cooperation to accelerate achievement of the goals at a time of geopolitical tension. We are living in dangerous times. Ukraine, the US-China tensions, which spill over into this region as well. And it's not just about defence. We're seeing now how these tensions are influencing investment and trade. And so now, in many cases, trade is becoming another weapon in the geopolitical conflict. And some people call this the geoeconomy. And of course, that undermines the ability for countries to do what they do best. And we come back into ourselves and end up using trade and investment for security purposes. And I think this is a time when the SDSN, which is an organisation of people of goodwill all around the world, has a real role to play. When we are able to pull together, as we have here in this conference, people from many countries in a spirit of goodwill. And I believe the SDSN has an even greater responsibility now at this time of geopolitical tension. The sixth and final recommendation is that all countries should commit to accelerating Sustainable Development Goal progress to 2030 and to adopt more ambitious targets to 2050. Now, this is quite interesting because for the first time we're saying, let's look at what should happen after 2030, after the 2030 period of the goals is completed. Those targets are critical, and I certainly know from my time as a minister that without targets, nothing much happens. Basically, you just respond to the day's events. But I'm also really pleased that we're now looking at targets beyond 2030 to that 2050. There's a lot of discussion about what should happen with the Sustainable Development Goals after 2030, and I've had conversations with academics who say, well, the SDGs haven't worked, we should try something different. I disagree with that. I think it's misguided. The achievement of global consensus around the goals, the Sustainable Development Goals between 2012 and 2015 was extraordinary. To think of the world as it is, able to come together and set out a blueprint for the future unanimously was an extraordinary achievement, and unfortunately I don't think it's likely to be repeated with the world as it is today. So if we start with some new system and go back to scratch, I think we'll just be talking for another decade about what it should be. Why not use the framework we've got, which works well, but set the new, more ambitious targets for 2050? And understand that the problem with the SDGs is not the framework, it's the implementation and the lack of finance. And so let's focus more on better implementation and governance and more on better finance, especially for low-income countries, rather than dreaming up some new system. Now, the final point that the Leadership Council emphasised was the importance of regional collaboration and cooperation across a region like Southeast Asia or Central Asia, for example. The Sustainable Development Goals do require strong cooperation at the regional level. Just think of how many things we share, like rivers, forests, fishing zones, wetlands, and we need to cooperate to protect them. Renewable energy makes much more sense if it's done regionally, because we can, through a larger area, share much bigger facilities, which cuts down the cost. And that particularly applies also to storage, as well as the renewable energy generators. And that's the sort of thing that we're looking at through the ASEAN Green Future project that you heard about yesterday. But it's not just about infrastructure. Regional cooperation also should include finance, carbon markets, technical and social innovations, and importantly, policies. Because it is policies that determine whether things happen. And unfortunately, what we often have is policies that are inconsistent or not complementary. So more and more, if we can have policies which are complementary across regions, we're going to get better results. And I think there's a real role here for SDSN and the Asian Green Future Project in supporting evidence-based policy and pushing back against bad policies like fossil fuel subsidies, which frankly are holding back action in many parts of this region. And that's, I think, where the Asian Green Future Project is going to go. It's going to be working with closer collaboration with the decision makers, with the governments, so that we can focus on the incentives and the policies that will make a real difference. Thank you.
Our next speaker is someone I met Jeff and I met him in August 2001, because at that time we were tasked by the Deputy Prime Minister of China to help formulate the Western China Development Initiative. And Professor Zhao at that time, being the outstanding scholar in Sichuan province, he was tasked to be our counterpart to formulate this national strategy. Well, he's certainly come a long way from Sichuan province way back in a corner of China to the Center of Action in Beijing, where he was Director General of Industries at the Development Research Center, the think tank of the Chinese government. And he is now the Executive Vice President of the Center for International Knowledge on Development. Because after China started the Belt Road Initiative, they felt they needed more analytical guidance. And Professor Zhao was tasked with that job to set the framework for a framework to guide Chinese Belt Road Initiative in a clean green direction. Professor Zhao, welcome.
Thank you, Professor Wing and dear colleague. Morning. It's my great pleasure to be present here today. I would like to thank the organizer, especially Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the Professor Wu, for kindly inviting me. I have learned a great deal from yesterday and this morning. In return, I hope I can share something you find interesting and valuable. Let me focus on the following three aspects. The first, China's progress and practice in implementing SDGs, and the second, major challenges and opportunities to global implementation since 2020, and the next step. Let me go first, China's progress and the practice of SDGs. And China attaches great importance to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and many SDGs have witnessed remarkable achievements in China over the past years. Today, I will share the latest progress on some key targets from the link of 4 PS, namely the people, prosperity, planet, and partnership. Because of the time constraint, I just choose a few SDG goals. Number 1, people. Progress in home development. First of all, China has made a historic achievement of ending absolute poverty. By the end of the 2020, China completed its poverty eradication target with altogether 98.99 million rural residents living under the current policy line lifted out of poverty. Amid the SDG 10 years ahead of schedule. As you can see in Figure 1, since 2015, also big number lifted out of poverty. Secondly, China has successfully safeguarded the food security of more than 1.4 billion people. And thirdly, China has made great advance in ensuring health lives, promoting the well-being for all at all stages. And for SDG number 4, China has implemented 9 years compulsory education since 2011. In last years, the implementation rate I think somebody control the slides and yeah.
Well, anyway, you are on the correct slide.
And for SDG number 5, China has tried to achieve gender equality through a range of measures. And for SDG number 6, and China, the access to safe and affordable drink water for all has been achieved with eradication of absolute poverty. The second, number 2, prosperity, progress in social economic development. For SDG number 7, by the end of 2015, China has achieved the full coverage of power service, realizing this SDG 15 years ahead of schedule. And for SDG number 8, China's its per capita GDP increased to $12,741 in 2022. For SDG number 9, China has made tremendous achievements in infrastructure and industrialization. By the end of February this year, a total of more than 200 million 5G base stations have been put into operation nationwide. And to achieve SDG number 10, China needs to narrow 4 gaps: income gap, rural-urban gap, development gap, and regional development gap, and the public service gap. And for SDG number 11, China has built the world's largest housing security system and improved the living conditions for more than 200 million people. And for SDG number 16, China has taken enormous efforts to fight crime, prevent violence, and so on. Okay, the number 3 P is planet, progress in human-nature harmony. And for SDG 12, between 2011 and 2021, China's energy consumption per unit of GDP dropped by 26.4%, saving about 1.4 billion tons of standard coal. For SDG number 13, China has pledged to peak carbon emission by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2060. In 2021, China's carbon dioxide emission per unit of GDP was reduced by about 50% compared with 2005. So you can look at the figure 8. The environmental pollution is also getting under control. And for SDG number 14, the average annual proportion of good quality water in coastal areas has risen to about 82% in last years. For the SDG number 15, China has made biodiversity conservation a national strategy and incorporated it into development planning of all regions and sectors. The last P, partnership. Progress in global partnership. Over the past years, China has done everything within its capacity to help other developing countries achieve SDGs through development assistance, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. The number of countries receiving Chinese assistance has increased from more than 110 to more than 160. And China has also carried out over 6,000 capacity building projects that benefit a lot of people in developing countries. In September 2021, Chinese President Xi Jinping proposed the Global Development Initiative to help accelerate the realization of SDGs. Under GDI, China has taken a whole set of measures to help other countries implement the 2030 Agenda, ranging from new financial resources to set up new institutions like the Global Development Promotion Center and also my institution, CIKD. And we are entrusted with 3 tasks under the GDI, including publish Global Development Report, organizing the Global Development Forum, and establish a global knowledge network for development. So the finger 9s you can see. So based on the above facts, I would like to share some China's progress in achieve the hard win progress. I hope that it would be used for reference for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda in ASEAN country and beyond. Firstly, I think the firm political will. The firm political will is a precondition for the implementation of 2030 Agenda. The 2030 Agenda had been fully integrated into China 5 years plan at national, provincial, and sectorial levels. Second, shifting development philosophy towards sustainable development. China's new development philosophy includes innovative, coordinated, green, open, and shared development. It is in harmony with the 2030 Agenda and also fits China's demand for high-quality development at the current stage. The third is competent bureaucracy and effective implementation mechanisms. Political will and development philosophy cannot be translated into results without effective implementation mechanism. China was among the first to establish an interministerial mechanism of 45 ministry and the commissioner to ensure the implementation of 2030 Agenda. Relevant ministry are lead agency, and the local government assumes the main responsibility of implementation, thus forming an effective structure comprising the national, subnational, and local levels. The fourth is broad social consensus. A social-wide understanding, acceptance, and participation holds the key to continue the effective implementation of 2030 Agenda. And the last 5, global partnership. Since global partnership, a stronger global partnership are essential to the implementation of 2030 Agenda. China believes in a community with a shared future for mankind and has learned from the experience of other countries, especially developed countries, and contributed to global implementation of SDGs through deep international cooperation. My talk's second part is major challenges and opportunities to global implementation of SDGs since 2020. Since 2020, the world has changed a lot and has been experienced at least 4 changes of global scale, namely COVID-19 pandemic, structure shift of the global political and economic landscape, the digital transformation, and the green transition. These changes bring both challenges and opportunities for global sustainable development and has also have implementation for China. First, the COVID-19 pandemic has weakened on human life and health and left lasting impact on global economic and social development. If you look at a number of development indicators have been reversed, such as Human Development Index, global poverty rate, and global life expectancy, and so on. Despite this provide negative impact, the COVID-19 forced the humanity to speed up development of medical technology, strengthen public health cooperation, and better prepare for future pandemics. Second, the global economic and political landscape is changed dramatically. In such a shifting landscape, globalization faces a stronger hinder wing. Protectionism and unilateralism are on the rise, and cross-border movement, products, service, technology, and talents are increasingly constrained. The global division of labor is growing more fragmented, and with localization, decentralization, and regionalization of industry and supply chain. However, we still can find the upside of shifting. The developing countries are having a growing voice in global governance and are building a fair and more equitable international orders, as well as more balanced global economy. So I think the localization and the regionalization of industrial and the supply chain, despite its downside, and also this may bode well for China, ASEAN cooperation. The digital transformation is a double-edged sword of our world. It brings enormous challenges, such as digital divided among countries, between rural-urban areas, and between genders. And most significantly, digital technology has changed the comparative advantage of competitiveness of developed and developing countries. But if used properly, digital technology can also bring a great opportunity for economic and social development than challenges. So they have a potential to raise productivity, but also provide the unique opportunities for countries to accelerate economic growth and connect the citizen to service and jobs. The last challenge and opportunity is climate change. Of course, the climate change is much concern for everybody, but on the climate change will bring also a new opportunity to global sustainable development. The bow for mega traits of our times bring humanity at a historical crossroad. How to address challenges and the size opportunity depend on each country's domestic efforts as well as international cooperation. So my last part is the next step. As the world is approaching the midway point of 2030 agenda, it is high time to look back to the way we passed and to take a way forward with a stronger determination and more concurrent measures. In the future, China will continue our domestic efforts in achieve SDGs through Chinese modernization, which strive for harmony between humanity and nature and pursues common prosperity for all. By 2035, China will strive to increase its per capita GDP to be on par with that of a middle-level developed country, build a modernized economy with a new industrialization, informalization, urbanization, and agricultural modernization, bring people better and happier life with equitable access to basic public service, broadly established eco-friendly ways of work and life, and largely accomplished the goal of building a beautiful China. In the meantime, China will continue to build a community with a shared future for mankind through Chinese modernization. We will work with partners to build a world of lasting peace, a world of universal security, a world of common prosperity, an open and inclusive world, and a clean and beautiful world. China will step up our efforts to strengthen cooperation with other developing countries, especially the Southeast Asian neighbors, enrich the goals through the BRI and the GDI, like Wings mentioned. Finally, I congratulate once again the coordinating of the meeting by Sustainable Development Solution Network and the Jeffrey Sachs Foundation. Thank you very much.
The ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development has been very lucky that it has enjoyed the support of the Lao People's Democratic Republic since the beginning. This is our third meeting. The foreign minister of Laos had handled the first two because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in charge of the coordination of SDGs in Laos. This year, the minister is busy, and we are very lucky to have in his place Mr. Sovana Wong, because I cannot pronounce the first name. Mr. Sovana Wong, who is the Deputy Director of the Department of International Organizations. Mr. Sovana Wong, please.
Thank you. Excellency, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At the outset, on behalf of my government, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Malaysia, Sunway University, and the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network for organizing and inviting me to the important forum. Let me start my presentation by introducing briefly the implementation of the SDG in the Lao PDR. Since adoption in 2015, the National Steering Committee, known as NSC, for SDG implementation was set up in 2017, chaired by our Prime Minister, with members of the committee from all concerned ministry and agency. The National SDG Secretariat that part the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Planning and Investment of Laos. And the focal point in line ministry were appointed to lead and take ownership of the SDG to ensure a smooth coordination and collaboration. Throughout the last few years, the Lao government has attached great importance to and been putting great effort in implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and had made many remarkable achievements, namely the national SDG mechanism has been well established underlining the own of government approach to ensure localization and implementation of SDG in all sectors concerned. In this context, the government has adopted 238 SDG indicators, and most of them were integrated into the 8 and 9 National Socio-Economic 5-year Plan. Furthermore, nationwide SDG advocacy campaign and national SDG roadmap have been launched to promote the mechanism in creating horizontal and vertical policy coherence. Importantly, SDG localization into various development sectors at both local and national level has also been key area of focus. The Lao PDR took also ownership by adopting the national SDG 18, life safe from unexploded outland, known as UXO, to address its relevant program. It is estimated that around 8.7 million hectares of land is contaminated by UXO, which pose a barrier for socio-economic development. The target of SDG 18 is to ensure that by 2030, all no UXO contamination in high priority area and all villages defined as poor are clear, and well as the reduction of unknown causality from UXO and providing support to UXO survivor and victims. Number of national instruments and have also formed to guide the implementation of SDG 18 and to ensure better linkage with other SDG in Lao PDR. The Lao PDR has made significant progress of the implementation of successive NSEDP as well as SDG. The country continues to enjoy political stability, social order, and continued economic growth over the past year and made tremendous progress in reducing poverty. The absolute poverty has reduced significantly from 23% in 2013 to around 18% in before the pandemic. Lao PDR was also performing well in food production and producing sufficient quantity and diversity of food for good nutrition. Significant progress was made in core health indicator. Maternal mortality and under 5-year-old mortality have also declined over the same period. In terms of education, notable progress has been made at the primary school enrollment with minimal gender gaps. And adult literacy has also improved significantly. Gender equality and empowerment has also seen positive progress over the year. The government has adopted a policy framework for the promotion of gender equality in line with international commitment, which aim to protect the right and create opportunity for women and the national development process. In the environmental dimension, the country has made much effort and progress to identify and implement measures to mitigating climate change. In particular, the National Green Growth Strategy has laid out a vision for transformation that supports Lao PDR long-term sustainable development ambitions, especially to tackle climate change and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. But despite the progress made, number of challenges remain and continue to hamper the effort of SDG implementation in Lao PDR, including the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the 3F crisis, fuel, financing, food crisis, and climate change. The shock have increased pre-existing economic vulnerability, and without the gap between the financial resource available and development needs. For the Lao PDR, achievement of effort and eradicate poverty and progress in the implementation of SDG within the national framework have been severely impacted, as the country is also on the track to graduate from the LDC status. However, due to the COVID-19 and the already existing challenge, our development aspiration will be even more difficult and challenging tasks in the year to come. In this regard, the Lao government accelerated effort to address this challenging global and national context through various means, including the formulation of National Agenda on Economic and Financial Difficulty 2021 to 2023, the National Resilience Framework, and the financing strategy to accompany the current National Socio-Economic Development Plan. We have also set out lofty goals to achieve 2030 agenda, which include, among others, reducing the greenhouse gas emission by 60%, increasing forest cover to 70% of total land area, promoting increased use of clean energy through a 30% share of electrical vehicle, 10% biofuel, and improving water management practices. Through the challenge, we have gained many various lessons and way forward to need greater effort to address. The lesson learned from Lao PF that we would like to share with you on. The first one is the government's strong commitment and ownership to the 2030 agenda, lie within the greater involvement of Line Ministry and provincial authorities. Therefore, building the capacity in great importance to ensure effective translation of the government commitment into action for localization, integration, and reporting on SDG. Second, administrative data system in many goals still need to be harmonized, streamlined, and strengthened, with enhancing institutional and statistical capacity building. Third, engagement, inclusiveness, and participatory of all the stakeholders in the society is crucial to ensure that no one is leaving behind. Four, the support from development partners and international organizations are fundamental in providing resources and knowledge to accelerating the SDG action. Last but not least, public awareness for SDG is important for ensuring creative support and partnership, which are essential for SDG realization. I would like to conclude my presentation by reiterating that to achieve the lofty goal to sustainable development would be impossible without partnership and cooperation of all partners and stakeholders, particularly in the challenging time of the global crisis since the COVID-19 pandemic. Against this backdrop, we would more than ever bilateral and multilateral cooperation and solidarity in order to realize the global agenda that we set to achieve together. In this regard, I would like to reaffirm the commitment of our government to eradicate poverty and pursue the path of sustainable development, and will continue to work closely with all partners and in ensuring the attainment of SDG in 2013. I thank you.
Could you sit, because I'm going to ask people. Well, before our last speaker speak, I'd like to ask both Professor Chow and Professor Twets to come on stage, because right after Jeff speaks, we will have a Q&A session. So, Jeff, you're the next speaker, or the others adjust to their new seats on stage. Sorry, I got the sequence wrong.
Okay.
Mr. Henry Chan.
Good. Can I sit here while?
Yes. Okay. Yes. None of us will stab you in the back.
Thank you.
He is the chief, conservator for WWF Malaysia.
Yeah.
I apologize. He's got a PhD in social sciences from the University of Helsinki. So welcome in from the cold.
Thank you, Professor Wu. A typical absent-minded professor. Right. All right. No, thank you, Prof, for inviting me to speak on this session with such a distinguished speakers. Now, this session is about the next steps in strengthening sustainable development in ASEAN. So, in framing this presentation, I have depended on the keynote address that I have developed for my organization as we celebrated our 50th year anniversary last year. So this statement that you are seeing right on the screen here is actually our vision statement, which is to reverse the laws of nature and transform the country and Malaysia into a sustainable nation by 2030. This is a lifelong journey of myself. I must thank my teacher when I was in Form 6, when we were doing a Kertas Am, and that framed my thinking about sustainability for the country, although I didn't know the word then. Now, there will be two parts of my presentation. The first is about nature conservation, and the second is so what, which is to then transform the country into a sustainable nation. So when I was being invited to hold this position back in 2018, I was also asked to develop the 10-year strategy for my organization, Develop Malaysia. And through a series of discussion, we have come up with this statement, which I mentioned earlier. Now, what do we mean by a sustainable country? So looking back into Malaysia, we then, through 3 years of thinking, which is a very long time, in terms of the formulation of our strategy, we define 10 attributes, 10 criteria of how we define Malaysia to be a sustainable nation. So the 10 goals here. The first is to write on our government's policy and our government's commitment back in 1992 during the first Earth Summit, in which our country has pledged to retain our country, half the country as forests. Now, so through a 2 years analysis, the WWF has done, from information that we have obtained throughout the country, we found that the percentage of our forests that have been legislated is at 48%. It's only 2% left to go. Now, in this remaining 2% that we have done, that is needed to be established, we have supported the governments here to have new protected areas. And just on Monday, working with the Pahang government, the Crown Prince has announced that he's working with us to have Fraser's Hill, to be gazetted as a protected area, which is a very important achievement because it's right on the mountains. In Sarawak, there are a lot more efforts to be done. The government has a few more, about at least 1.7 million hectares of land to be gazetted. And we are working with the state government to identify new approaches in getting this land to be gazetted. Now, talking about gazettement is based on the legal process. And what we have seen is that the government of Sarawak has difficulties getting more land to be gazetted because of the very restrictive forest ordinance. When you gazette a place to be protected, you are basically excluding the rights of people living there, and many of these people are a local community. So they have objected to the establishment of the protected forest. So what we then see is to go back into international instruments such as the CBD. The two conference of parties ago, they have adopted what we call OECM, other effective conservation management area, which allows non-governmental areas to be protected. So this includes, community areas, or what we call ICCA, Indigenous Community Conservation Area. That includes, communities' land and resources into protected areas. Now, the second goal is that 3 years ago we were looking into forests. Yeah, we have a lot of forests in Malaysia, but many of us know that our forest is much degraded. So our goal then is to restore at least 1 million hectares of that degraded forest. Now, 2 years ago, the Ministry of Finance Malaysia has allocated a huge sum of money to WWF, and we utilized that funding to assess the forest condition of Malaysia. And using the high carbon stock methodology, looking at intact forests as well as degraded forests, we found that some 6.6% of our forest reserves are degraded in various categories of degradation. Some you don't need to do anything, the trees will grow by themselves. Others you really have to invest. And that 6.6% amounts to some 700,000 hectares to be restored. And forest restoration is not cheap. It's not just planting trees, but you also got to maintain them, at least 5 years before they can mature on their own. So from our assessments, the cost of forest restoration is about $1,500 per hectare, and you just multiply by 5 years, and you multiply by the number of the hundreds of thousand hectares to be restored is about billions that we don't have here. So it's very crucial to identify financing to undertake the forest restoration. Now, the third is that we must ensure that all our commodities, particularly that are produced in natural space, must be produced in a sustainable manner through compliance with certification. So half of the country is under forest, 20% will be under protected areas, and that leaves 30% of Malaysia to be produced in a sustainable manner. So we must ensure that 30% of the country, millions of hectares of the timber that we have, must be produced in a sustainable manner that allows the services that forest provides to be continued. And beyond the forested areas, which is actually plantations, so we're very happy that the government has actually capped a limit of 20%, which is 6.5 million hectares of Malaysia's land to be under palm oil. So we must ensure that palm oil is being produced in compliance with certification. And in these days of quote unquote, global trade wars, the EU, the European Union has set up the European Union regulation on deforestation on 6 commodities around the world: soya bean, coffee, and of course palm oil as well. We must ensure that our palm oil is produced in a way that can get access into the EU. And rubber is the next thing because it's also a very important commodity. So these top 3 goals pertain to the terrestrial part of Malaysia is important. I will skip goal 4 and 5, which pertain to the marine conservation. Now, all of these places that we work on, protected areas, forest reserves, commodities, to ensure that the space that we have is important for wildlife conservation. So our goal number 5 is to ensure that all the priority species, indicator species are well managed. And in this case, Malaysia has 2 very important framework that I believe would be outstanding into the international community. One is on Hard Borneo, where the 3 countries of Brunei, Malaysia, and Indonesia have committed to manage this space in a coherent manner. In Peninsular Malaysia, where we are, it's a Central Forest Biomass Plan, which keeps all our forests to be intact. And with this kind of conservation framework, we will ensure that our wildlife can be well protected. Now, the 7th goal is very crucial in the era of climate change. Our first speaker, Professor John, has mentioned that we are now already heading towards 1.2 degrees Celsius of global warming above the industrial age. We're heading towards 2 and then 3 degrees Celsius. So we have developed this strategy to urge our country to be ambitious to adopt a net zero pathway for the country. And of course, this was committed in COP, of the conference COP in Glasgow 2 years ago. So we have achieved that in the sense that the country has pledged for that. Now, what is important is to understand what are the pathways for the country to go towards net zero. So 2 years ago, the Boston Consulting Group came to us to undertake a study and to identify the net zero pathway. And this report, it's called Securing the Future Net Zero for Malaysia. It's available in a website. You can just download it. Now, why it's important is that through the biennial update report of 2016, Malaysia's report to the UN, 3/4 of our carbon emission comes from two sectors, energy and transportation. So it's very crucial to identify sectors and subsectors within these two industries, energy and transportation, to go towards net zero. And we're very happy that our government in the 12 Malaysia plan in Parliament has announced that we will phase out new coal-fired plants. This is a very big deal because even if you drive your EVs, your EV source is coming from coal-fired plants. Yeah, it's still produced from dirty energy. So it's very important that we as a country lock ourselves out of the dirty energy, and that makes Malaysia into a very competitive global trading nation, especially in the carbon border adjustment mechanism from EU. So it makes Malaysia very competitive. So that's on the carbon decarbonizing Malaysia. On the other part is about how our forest is a green lung. It absorbs our carbon. Yeah. So the 2016 carbon emission, 75% of our emissions absorbed by our forests, and that leaves 75 million tons of GHG carbon dioxide equivalent. Now, this 75 million tons to achieve net zero for Malaysia by 2050 requires only about 300 billion to 500 billion dollars over the next 30 years. Now, if you divide this over 30 years, it's about less than $1 billion US dollars. And this $1 billion US dollars represents only less than 1% of our GDP. So you make this comparison to our GDP, less than 1% investment needed to achieve net zero is very, very cheap. And this is because of our forests. Yeah? Therefore, it's very crucial to maintain our forest cover, to restore them. And of course, when you talk about climate change, you also need to talk about adaptation. Yeah? Therefore, it's very crucial that we keep our forests intact so that the services that the forest provides can be there. It reduces the impact of soil erosion and flooding and so forth. Yeah, so we call nature-based solutions to address the impact of climate change. I will skip goal number 8, which is plastics, and I will then look at goal number 9 and number 10. Now, goal number 9 is about helping the country to have sustainable infrastructures. It's very important that the roads that we built do not cause irreversible damage to nature. Once the road has been built across our forests, the damage is irreversible because there will be subsequent development coming out. So it's about where you build the road, avoiding as much as we can of the forests that we have, and we have no choice but to build road across the mountains. We make sure that the impact has been reduced. Yeah? So we're very happy that we'll be supporting the government of Malaysia to develop a new integrated program under the GEF8, the Global Environmental Facilities on Sustainable Infrastructure. So there will be a new road that Sabah is going to build to right upon the new capital of Indonesia, which is a green capital. And Sabah attempts to build a road across to get access. So we want to help the government build a good road to minimize the disruption to the environment. And the 10th goal is about working with the financing institutions, the banks and so forth, to adopt ESG's compliance into the financing. Here we're working with Central Bank, the City Commission, particularly on a committee led by the bank on Joint Committee on Climate Change, JC3. Here we're working with the top levels of the decision-making level of the banks to ensure ESG is being in compliance. Now, all these 10 goals, when put together, would then result in what we call the bending the curve of biodiversity loss. For the last 30, 40 years, we are facing a great decline, loss of species, loss of habitat, and so forth. And we believe with this kind of adoption of very comprehensive, measurable targets, and looking at sub-targets as well, we are actually able to reverse the loss. I think for Malaysia, we are coming to the threshold that we can bend that curve. And we believe that over time, basically when the 50% of Malaysia is well covered by forests, integrated, fragmentation has been reduced, forests restored, and so forth, we will then have more and more species in the country. And how we do that is then looking on the ground of what is an example for Sabah. We're working with the Sabah government and stakeholders to embrace this living landscape approach, in which we are putting all the elements of threats towards conservation, all the goals of sustainable development together as a framework called the living landscape approach. It has 3 pillars: protect, produce, and restore. Protect all the things that are important for conservation and sustainable development, the services that nature provides. Yeah? And they work with the commodities, the palm oil, the logging industries, and so forth, to ensure that our commodities, our palm oil, are produced in a way in which they support conservation. And when plantation managers have understood conservation, they know they are the problem. And one of the problems is this forest fragmentation. Government has given them concessions to do plantations, and their plantations has resulted in the fragmentation. So the solution is to restore the forest, yeah, to reconnect them. So the 3rd pillar is about restoration, planting back a forest. And by having this notion of the 10 goals that we have, looking at what Malaysia has already done, the framework that we have, we then look into this notion of seeing the country as half glass full against half glass empty. And then for the last 30 years, we are very negative. We see everything is been declined. We feel very desperate. So it's a half glass full, half glass empty kind of syndrome. But having a philosophy of looking at half glass full, we are building upon what we already have, and that will then transform our thinking in helping the country to be more sustainable. And I'll end my slide by having this thought. All the 10 goals, when you put together, can be summarized by this diagram here. On the left is where nature is, where the forest is, where the habitat for wildlife is. It's the same forest that we have converted to elevate poverty, eradication. And one of them is palm oil plantation. So with this illustration of the palm oil industries from upstream to downstream to greening the supply chain, we will find that Malaysia can live in harmony with nature in the future. So by going into the consumer side, making sure that our consumers around the world want to buy from Malaysia because they know that Malaysia's commodities are well produced in support of conservation for the tigers, for the orangutan, and the elephants, then it will place a demand for our products. And then the supply chain will eventually be heading towards that. Yeah. So in the end, it generates new economy for Malaysia. What various speakers in this session has spoken about it's a green economy. It results in creating new jobs because we are now retaining the raw materials in the country to build into a new economy. It creates new jobs, it creates new products, and therefore it would then lift up our economy. So at the end of the day, it will become a very attractive place for our investments for Malaysia. Now, I just want to go back to what our chairman, who is also the chairman of Malaysia Stock Exchange, he says that the value of our stocks in Malaysia is depressed by 20% because many of our stocks do not have a climate transition plan. Investors wouldn't dare to invest in you because you don't know where your investment is heading. So with this kind of framing of our economy, Malaysia becomes a very safe haven for investments. We are a country that has addressed climate change. We have addressed the loss of nature, and we are putting in place standards in terms of sustainability. So I believe with this kind of vision for the country, it will leave the whole of society approach to support the country heading towards this journey of sustainability. Thank you, Professor Wu.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful, and you got a better treat than hearing from me. So I'll just wrap up a few observations about this very, very successful workshop, because I think we've covered a lot of ground for ASEAN, and we've heard a lot of things that are very promising. And that's good, because we need some optimism and some direction for how to overcome some of the big challenges right now. if we were to step back from our crises and look at some of the very fundamental trends in the world, we'd have a great deal of reason for optimism, in fact. The world economy and world society as a whole has become much better off than it was 100 years ago, without question. Life expectancy has risen remarkably. Income in the world, on average, is now $20,000 per person if measured at international prices, and about $12,000 per person if measured at market prices. And this is a huge rise of incomes and well-being and quality of diets, protection of healthcare coverage, and many, many other really fundamental parts of our material life. And what Dr. Zhao described for China, which is absolutely incredible, for 1.4 billion people over a period of 40 years, has been achieved not quite at that pace, but very broadly in many parts of the world. And the underlying reason for those improvements is that science, technology, know-how has advanced and continues to advance even at an accelerating rate. So our ability to address practical challenges is really unprecedented right now. Our wealth is unprecedented, and our know-how is unprecedented. This is really the fundamental reason for being very optimistic about what we can do and what we should do in the coming years. What we've learned, though, is that there are at least 3 fundamental problems with the way the world functions. And that's what brings us to this workshop and what brings us to the Sustainable Development Goals. The first is that with all that progress, there are billions of people that have been effectively left behind this progress, that are really struggling for a variety of reasons. People live in more remote areas or in very unfavorable geographies, or are part of minority groups that have been maltreated within societies, or half the population, women and girls, that traditionally were not part of the market economy, were part of the household economy, and have definitely seen progress, but facing a lot of social obstacles still today, which is why one of the Sustainable Development Goals is directed specifically at the issues of gender, SDG 5. So one of the 3 huge challenges is that we have a rich world and a lot of very poor and suffering people within that world. And that's just, I think for most of us, humanly unacceptable. And indeed, when the UN was established in 1948, all of the member states agreed that there should be basic standards of life for every person on the planet, because they're people on the planet, because they're human beings, and the world is productive enough to ensure the dignity of everybody. And that's why the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted. And I regard us still trying to honor that declaration, which seems to me to be the basic point. So problem number 1 is the very uneven development, the fact that there is still today a significant part of the world that lives in really abject deprivation. And that's a first challenge. And I think it's ethically probably the number one challenge, because extreme deprivation in a world of plenty is absolutely destructive of all of our humanity if we don't solve that problem. So that's why SDG 1 is end extreme poverty. Straightforward. And SDG 2, the second highest priority, is end hunger, for heaven's sake. Of course, there are big challenges of how to do it, but I will say in a world of wealth and knowledge, this is definitely within reach. It's crazy, to my mind, that if the average income is $12,000 per capita, there are people living at a few $100s per capita, and the world just goes on as they suffer and die young and face terrible hardships. The second big challenge, the huge challenge, the puzzle that is even harder than the first one conceptually, is that we discovered about 50 years ago that the nature of our economic development, all that wealth that I just talked about, is environmentally destructive, because the much vaunted economic processes don't take care of their physical byproducts. And some of them were not understood till 50 or 100 years ago, like greenhouse gases and their effects on climate. That required a scientific breakthrough of a quite deep order to understand that. It came by the end of the 19th century, and then it took at least 75 years to create measurement systems to verify the science. And we've more or less known from around 1980 that humanity is really changing the climate in ways that could be dangerous. And we're still struggling with that fact, because what brought us that wealth in the first place, starting in the 1800s, was fossil fuels. And then we discovered about halfway through, oh, those are dangerous. That's not good. So this is the second big problem, is that we have an economic system and a set of laws, rules, regulations, a global commons, the open seas, and many other factors of our economic system that mean that the scale of production is now self-destructive. And as I say, we've understood this intellectually at least for about 50 years. It was 50 years ago that the first conference on this fact took hold. It was 51 years ago that the first good book about this, Limits to Growth, was written and made clear that there was a real problem. And we've not finished solving that problem. But let me stipulate the following, just like I did for the first one. There's nothing fundamental about these environmental challenges that is beyond our solution, even with our current knowledge base. In other words, we already in 2023 have the range of technical solutions to 90% of the greenhouse gases, not 100%. We definitely don't face a choice between food and nature. We face a choice between destructive and non-destructive forms of food production. That's a very different choice. I haven't found in 40 years of my work on this a fundamental barrier to economic well-being and environmental sustainability. So I'm not in the degrowth school of thought, which says that what we really need is to reverse economic development. Not all economic development is good for human well-being. That's a different matter. But I'm not of the school of thought that says we've created a kind of society that is completely inconsistent with our environmental necessities or our environmental well-being or health. What we have is a very flawed economic system, legal system, regulatory system, incentive structure, so that we adopt or continue with technologies that are very ill-advised and do lots of stupid things because it's possible to make money off of those stupid things, rather than do the things that we should be doing. And I've not seen in all of my experience any calculations that show me that that doing the right things is beyond our reach, beyond our budget, beyond our economic means. For example, all of the estimates about the energy transformation to a zero carbon energy system suggest that it's 1 or 2% of world output that is needed to make that change. That's really strange. It's not that it's 50% of world output that's needed. It's not that this is cataclysmically expensive and we're just doomed as if an asteroid were coming to hit the planet and we have nothing to do. No, we have clear, very, very clear things to do. Sometimes we have too many possible things to do, so we don't know which one to take, so we're paralyzed. Should we do wind or solar or nuclear or this? I don't know. We won't do anything right now. We're making money with what we're doing. So we're paralyzed, or we know what to do, but there are strong vested interests saying don't do it because I'm making too much money in the short term doing the destructive things, or it just is complicated and hasn't been thought out properly because this is something absolutely new. It was rather straightforward to build a coal plant, but it's not so straightforward perhaps to build offshore wind or solar fields or something else because of storage or other issues. So there are just complexities. But that's the second big category of challenge that we face, which is this economic environmental collision course, which again needs analysis and then needs to ask, how deep is the problem? And for me, and how solvable is the problem? So the climate crisis is very deep, but it's also rather solvable. And there are some puzzles, definitely. What should big ocean tankers run on? Should it be hydrogen fuel cells? Should it be ammonia? Should it be hydrogen combustion? I'm not an engineer. I've heard the arguments from the engineers. I want them to fight it out. I want them to try different approaches, but clearly we should be trying these technology lines. The third big challenge, which is a challenge of time immemorial, is that we seem to have a very hard time to stop killing each other. So war becomes ever more dangerous because the weapons become ever more destructive. And now we're technologically so smart that we figured out how to destroy the whole humanity. Damn it. If we weren't so smart, we wouldn't have this trouble. But a few geniuses figured out you could make nuclear fission work to make a bomb. By the way, there were probably 50 people in the world that understood that. And they figured it out, and then they gave it to a world of idiots. So we have a lot of dumb people who are in charge of nuclear weapons, and they were made by a few geniuses. That's our problem. So this is our third issue, which is how to stay peaceful and cooperative. To my mind, these are the three big issues that we face, which is how to be fair and decent to people who are suffering, how to make sure that we're not self-destructive because our economic system is actually a complicated set of incentives that doesn't get things right, and there's no magic in how we have organized our economic life to handle issues like greenhouse gases, which weren't in Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations and are not part of the things that a free market can solve, and so forth. And the third is this interminable problem that if you read human history, we've been fighting with each other most of the time, but there are also glimmers of hope that there are long periods of peace, and we also have institutions for peace just like we have institutions for war. One of the things that makes me quite optimistic about China's rise is that China has been much more peaceful in its history than just about any other region of the world. And the amount of interstate war of China over the last 2,000 years is actually quite low. It's basically been wars of pastoralists coming from the north and sedentary farmers trying to fight them off. And that's been most of China's wars for 2,000 years. If you look at Europe's wars, it was just kill each other across the divide for 1,000 years, nonstop. So China at least has a peaceful tradition, and I think it fits actually with this idea of harmonious society, with the idea of global civilizations and so forth. I'm quite an optimist, I have to say, about that, because I think it actually there's a deep rootedness. So that's all we have to do. End poverty, protect the environment, stop killing with each other. All right? So, thank you. No, okay. So what do we do? To my mind, the basic thing is we should think hard about each of those things and then come up with plans. That's the most basic idea. That sounds so dumb. Why am I saying that after 40 years? Don't I have anything more intelligent to say? And the thing is that the way that our social systems work is not to think and then solve these things. And that's very interesting. Our economic system is designed around a different principle, which is let people do what they want, get rich, go find your job, go buy what you want, but not solve problems. So in economic land, it's not oriented towards solving problems. It's oriented towards doing your thing. Businesses are supposed to go make profits, and we're supposed to be good consumers, and we're supposed to be smart in the job that we pursue. But at least in market economics, which became the dominant ideology of the Anglo-Saxon world and then the world, it isn't to solve problems, it's go do your thing. So don't expect the answers to these problems to come from the economic sphere or from the business community. It's not their job. Their job is to run a business, it's to make money. So that's problem number one, that we don't think in the economic sphere about end goals. We're supposed to just do our thing. And then politicians. in most politics, it's not about solving problems. It's about maintaining power. And that's even the goal. And you have experts on maintaining power. All the politicians have little Machiavellis around them, handing them, this is what you need to do to stay in power. And that's your goal. And so politics, at least in my country, has very little to do with any goals. I don't know what any American goals are. We have no goals. We have some heroes, our founding fathers. We love the Constitution. We like the July 4th Independence Day, but we have no goals. And even when I hear Dr. Zhao talk about China's goals, you could not have that in the United States, stating those goals. Because that's socialism. You're not allowed to have goals. So politics is not oriented towards solving problems, really. It's management of power, competition for power, holding on to power, benefiting from power. And so we don't see from our governments most of the time these big goals and how to solve them. I really think China's been different in this period, the last 40 years, from most other governments. And I think the success is a result of that, actually, that it's really, and why? Well, I think this is a very interesting question, but a few countries at a few times have very clear goals, maybe because of survival, maybe because of their past history, maybe because they have a successful neighbor, so they want to imitate the success, maybe like in Singapore, because a genius came, Lee Kuan Yew, and he had a very, very clear idea. And really, Singapore, it is a case of a very clear, brilliant thinker who just guided things for quite a while, like Plato's philosopher king. But most of the time, this is not how politics is. So we don't see a lot of this problem solving coming from governments. And the third thing is, in my country, which became the most powerful country in the world for the last 75 years militarily, they really think that fighting wars is a big part of what governance is about. They're crazy and dangerous and could get us all killed. So that third category of just peaceful cooperation does not come easily. Every day we read something hateful about China in the American newspapers now. Every single day. I just read today, China has the Global Civilizations Initiative. Wonderful. You talked about it. Today I just read, this is terrible. This is, China's out to take over the world through this. Now, honestly, this is a mindset that is very, very deep, probably ingrained evolutionarily in us also, because there probably was a time when whoever could control the next water hole survived, and whoever didn't survive, and it was us or them. And that's not how the world is right now. It's not us or them. We don't need to take over any other place to have well-being, period. There's no crisis of living room. There is only the crisis of understanding, don't kill the other side. Okay, so what do we do? Again, just to conclude, we need to think clearly. Excuse me. That's a technical term about American politics. So we need really to put serious ideas forward in detail. And that's the purpose of what we're after. And two specific pathways that we're really focusing on right now is one is the energy transition, because there's only a quarter century and an energy system's really complicated. You have to have a power grid. We have to convert all the vehicles to electric or to hydrogen or to some other non-emitting source. The building sector has to be far more efficient. Industry emits a lot of greenhouse gases, deforestation. In other words, all of the getting to net zero is quite a complicated challenge with lots of moving parts, and it's a lot of money. Not more than an energy system costs, but an energy system is trillions of dollars a year, and so it's worth getting right. So that's the first of the pathways. And the second is the land use and ocean use, because we're really so close to destroying everything irreversibly. When the species is lost, it's never coming back. And when the ecosystems are degraded, many of them never return. And if we pass climate thresholds, we're just going to spend the next century in disaster of calamitous sea level rises, storms, heat waves, and so on. So we're very close to that. So those are the two main pathways that we are really focusing on: the biological and its association with food production and with other agricultural production. And for this region, that's central, because this is a biodiversity Garden of Eden, and also a biodiversity threatened region intensively. All this beauty, and it's being torn down. And it can happen so fast because economies are very, very large right now, and demands. China could deforest this country just by its demands for tropical hardwoods without a problem, unless you take care. So those are the two areas that we really want to focus on. And the final point that I want to say is, again, about this third category of cooperation. It happens that when you look technically at an energy program or at an ecosystem program, no country can do this by itself. Nothing can be done other than at the local level, but plans need to be transnational without question. So there's a lot of local action, but they have to be part of a broader framework. And that's why this is an ASEAN workshop, because ASEAN countries are not only together on the map and not only physical neighbors, but have work to do together, because ASEAN countries cannot achieve their goals without working together. And so we need to do this at a transnational planning level. That's hard, because there are no elected transnational officials anywhere. All transnational organizations are weak, because none of them has an army. None of them has political leaders. We're organized at the national level in the world. That's where the physical force lies. And that's where the politics generally lies. And yet we have global and regional problems that need addressing urgently. The Mekong is not going to be saved one country at a time. It's going to be saved by China, Laos, PDR, Cambodia, Vietnam working together. Without question, there's no way to do that one country at a time. It's got to be done in the watershed. The energy system for Malaysia absolutely needs to be integrated with the rest of the region. And those regional institutions are weak politically and organizationally, and they need to be strengthened considerably. And then the question of what region is the right region for this. We're dealing with ASEAN because it's a crucial, established regional entity. But I said yesterday, and I'll say it again, I think for the energy sector, RCEP is even more appropriate. That's adding in ASEAN plus China, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. The United States would have a fit, by the way. I'll be done in 1 minute. The US would have a fit. You're cooperating with China? Well, my strong advice to you is cooperate with China closely. And my strong advice to Australia is don't build a submarine base, cooperate with China. And let's not waste money on nuclear submarines right now and raise the tension more. So my own advice is that broader group, and I hope India joins that group, and then we've got a lot of the world together in a way that could actually solve the problems. So sorry for the long rambling, except I believe that all of these problems are solvable. I believe that universities have a unique and extremely important role to play in this, because this is what we should be doing: training, teaching, educating, researching, policy analysis, and really trying to make politics work the way that it should, which is for the common good. Thank you.
Thank you. We have come to the end of the time, but what I would do is I would take 3 short questions from the audience, and then we would go and ask our panelists. And when you do ask your question, I would like you to not make a speech, just a question. The speech, you can make it outside after the session is over. And if it is addressed to a specific individual, say who it is. So give your name and your affiliation. So we have the first question over there. Second question, the lady over there. And the third question, it's the young lady over here. Sir, begin.
Hi, Professor Wu. It's been a long time. I'm Arul. I just have an open question to the panel because I've heard from Dr. Henry. He talked about sustainable supply chain networks. But I believe this is because supply chain is the second most critical industry or oldest industry in the world, and it plays a huge part in the contribution towards ESG sustainability.
The question, sir?
There's not much research out there that talks about this and the transformation that's needed. What's your thoughts? That's the question.
Thank you. And the lady who was right here, Tanka. No, down here. Please. Oh, right. Oh, they all look alike to you too. I've got poor eyes. Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Wan Zuhainis from University Putra, Malaysia. I've been listening. Thank you for all the presentations and inputs. I would like to ask the panels on your view on education for sustainable development, because we have heard a lot of talk about research, and I think in Malaysia ourselves, we are not very, we don't emphasize much in education for sustainable development. in terms of not just focusing on SDG 4 or Mission 4.7, but cut across how we can contribute, we can produce our graduates, our talents to have that knowledge, attitudes, values, and skill for a sustainable future. So what will be our moving forward with education to emphasize more on this ESD? Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Yixiang. So I would like to address my question to Dr. Henry. So you shared about the strategic plans for WWF Malaysia, and I know you skipped goal number 8 regarding plastic because of time constraint, but I'm just curious to know, how would the strategic plan for WWF help to help our country to strengthen the commitment in plastic combation, and as we see, and maybe like how to lead the whole regional effort in plastic issues, as we see like 2030 agenda, we have only 7 years, and also like the formulation of the Global Plastic Treaty. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Henry, you answered that particular question, and then the other 2 questions I'll open up to the panel.
Thank you, Isa. So first of all, we had to make people realize that plastics is harmful for nature. When plastic bags float in the ocean, they resemble jellyfish, and jellyfish is eaten by turtles. So you can imagine when the turtles see the floating plastic, they damage, and they will kill them. But on top of that, plastic will also degrade and will break down into microplastics. So microplastics is very, very minute. They can also be eaten by the corals or the planktons. And small fish eat planktons, and we in turn eat the big fish, so we will also ingest plastics. That's one way of trying to get people get excited or angry about plastics. Now, on the solution side is we're working with several organizations, with the plastic producers, with the government, on a program called EPR. EPR stands for Extended Producer Responsibilities. So if you go to the European countries, you buy a bottle of Coca-Cola, they'll charge you extra by €1, and then you put the bottle back into the machine, €1 will come back. Right? That's the source of EPR. So in the sense that when you buy your stuff, you pay in advance something, and the reward is that when you put it back into the circular economy, you get a return. So that's one way of trying a way to simplify the EPR context. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 2 questions for the rest of the panel has to do with the supply chain. How would one handle the challenges that it's facing and its relationship sustainability? The second question has to do with education for sustainable development. So let me start with Mr. Sofam Vanoa.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for the question. In my opinion, I would like to emphasize that our region, in particular ASEAN country, need to strengthening together the connectivity in terms of infrastructure and the technology, and also to the productivity of the region. We need to share. We need to be a part of supply chain in the world. That's why the ASEAN country need to work together to strengthening our capacity to project in the future. And then for the education, I would like to emphasize also that the need for the ASEAN region to invest in the social sector, like the education and the health sector, which will be the future, because of our region. We have a young population with regard in the rest of the world. This is very important for our action in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
very quick response for first question. I do believe the fundamental logic of the supply chain is a division of labor. So that's a classical economic theory. The cost effectiveness and the efficiency always the fundamental for the supply chain and the industry chain. If so, I think the force of the capital is much more important than the politician. So that's my first response. So we should believe the market, the force of the market and the force of the capital. And the second question is, I think for every countries and for this world, the thought, the idea leads the development. But the thoughts, the ideas came from the people. So we need much higher educated people. So that's a relationship between the education and the SDG. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
On the first question, I certainly agree the supply chain is critical, but we have to go beyond the supply chain to the whole value chain. That is what happens to goods and products down the track, and particularly what's the impact on carbon emissions. We're not going to reach net zero if we only look at direct emissions, scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. We have to look at what is the scope 3, the indirect impact of what we're doing, what product we're selling, and companies need to be reporting on that. And I think that's a real change that is now being introduced to force companies to not only look at their supply chain, but also what happens to the product when they sell it. You see a lot of oil companies now claiming they're going to be net zero by 2050, but they conveniently leave out a calculation of what happens to the oil after they sell it. And so, of course, we're not going to get to net zero in that way. So I think in terms of policies, we should be increasingly requiring companies to report on the whole value chain. In relation to the second question on education for sustainable development, the major point I'd like to make is that young people are already committed. It's not like they have to be told to care about sustainable development or about climate change. They're actually, in my experience, a lot more aware of it than the older generations. We do need to give them the skills to be able to meet these challenges, but I believe there's a passion there for sustainable development that's probably missing in older people. And I do think that's a lesson for the Sustainable Development Goals, that there needs to be more priority given to young people and the interests of young people in the way we design and implement the goals.
In terms of supply chain, I'm trying to tie between what Jeff said and John said about the systems and the supply chain. So specifically, consumer is very important. You as consumer, you will buy the cheapest items right on the shelf. But if you are an educated consumer, you want to know what impact does it bring for what you're buying. So a lot of people have become, eat organic food and become a vegetarian. So on the project that we're working on, and I must say it's supported by HSBC Bank, the international bank, we're working with Indonesia and Malaysia to ensure that palm oil in important places for conservation, these are the forests, the orangutan habitat, are produced in a sustainable manner. We then work with the China and the Indian market. Just imagine if 1% of the Chinese and the Indian consumer were to demand for sustainable products and willing to pay a premium price, it would change the whole supply chain. Today, we're only expecting the Europeans to help us, and the market is almost saturated there. And we work with Singapore because most of the palm oil companies are headquartered in Singapore. So you work at the board level. In the board of the companies say that we only export from certain markets we only source on certain markets that are responsible, you will change everything. Yeah, so this tying the two together. Now, in terms of education, again, back on the BREF, I'm very happy that we just have a new strategy. Some of my colleagues are here. So the goal number one is to work with governments so that the curriculum in the education policy includes sustainable development and environmental education. We work with the teachers at the various universities and the teaching colleges so that the teachers know how to teach environment, not in the boring subject where people take for examination and forget everything. Yeah, something that interests the students. And we work with the young kids, with the young students at the university level. You demand for good education because in the future lies on yourself. Because if you continue to live the world that Prof has mentioned, then you're perpetuating a system of degradation. You have to decide your own future, and you must tell government what we must do. Thank you.
A key concept, of course, of supply chains is the life cycle analysis of a product, which means tracing the impacts all the way through from the primary commodity sources through the end uses. And as a tool, that is the correct way to understand technologies or to understand products, I should say, and goods and services. A lot of the discussion about supply chains revolves around the fact that trying to make a life cycle analysis work on a market basis is tricky, because if in one market there is a regulation, it can just shift the life cycle costs to an unregulated part of the system. And therefore, global supply chains are hard to govern if each piece is responsible only for its own piece. What is the actual life cycle implication of a product can be completely hidden from view in a reporting, regulatory, and incentive manner. And we need to face up to that in a variety of ways, because we have a whole toolkit of how to address this, but we shouldn't pretend that a tinkering or a single fix here or there solves a problem like the one that we're dealing with. And with the oil companies, as an example, it's not reporting on emissions that's going to solve the emissions problem. It's going to be regulating the use of fossil fuels that will solve the emissions problem. And so trying to get this from a reporting point of view may have a little bit of merit in certain ways, but it can't be the main policy instrument that is used to solve this problem. And that is just one of 100 examples of why this is tricky, and what rules to put in place of responsibility of a part of the supply chain for the rest of the supply chain as an unsolved problem. Having said that, this is why we need to think clearly about all of the major sectors and impacts, and whether to use pricing or reporting or regulation and so forth as the tools of choice that are needed in particular contexts, because there is no single solution to a complicated problem like this. Finally, just a word about the education, because I think it is fundamental. If we're going to think about the solutions, we need to know how to think about them. So we had better be creating educational systems that can address these major societal challenges. And John Thwaites led a wonderful effort, two wonderful efforts, of how to make universities fit for the Sustainable Development Goals. What should universities do to create interdisciplinary programs, to teach in ways that are oriented towards problem solving, and to help students learn in the right way. But this is a fantastic learning opportunity because it's very experiential. I think anywhere sixth graders should be addressing the question in their local schools, should we put on a solar panel on our roof? That's a great question for a child anywhere. And then by the time you're in 8th grade, to be asking, is our city sustainable? We want to meet with the mayor. And then by 12th grade, making a sustainable development plan for your state or your community as a work plan for a class for a year. And then go to the state legislature and present it, or the minister. That's their job, is to receive these things and to discuss them. And at the university level, to be making a pathway for decarbonization. Because you learn a lot doing this, and because the governments don't know how to do it anyway, so somebody has to do it. We need to get this process underway as an analytical skill set in training. So I think that the educational opportunities are phenomenally large. And as you said, there's nothing boring about this. This is the most interesting thing. We live in the middle of our environment every day. And so understanding it, responding to it, knowing what to do is absolutely, should be core to the curriculum, whether it's in science, whether it's in politics, whether it's in history. It's wonderful subject matter. And the SDG Academy, which is based here for the worldwide effort for the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, has that as its core goal, is to help provide curricula and materials for this kind of learning. And we're also introducing in Malaysia and in schools around the world, curricula at lower levels from pre-K onward, because this is a great need and a wonderful way to learn.
Thank you. Thank you. We've come to the end of a long workshop. So let's give a big hand to our panel. Thank you. And give yourself a big hand too for your long patience. Thank you very much. Have a good Saturday afternoon. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye. Saturday afternoon. Yep. Thank you.